Hello, sound check. Hello, hello, sound check. One, two. Hello, hello, hello.
A warm good morning, all. So, once again, I welcome all dignitaries, respected chairpersons, resource persons, faculty members to day 2 of Kachcon 2026. So, without further ado, we are going to continue the session. The next session is Scientific Session 7 on the title Public Health, Geopolitics, and the Future of Sustainable Development Goals. The chairperson, I invite Dr. Ramakrishna Gaudsa, Professor, St. John's Medical College, to chair the session. And I invite a speaker, Dr. K. Suresh, sir, freelance public health consultant, UNICEF, and professor of practice at Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, Gadag. He'll be speaking on public health training in India, going beyond the syllabus to build public health practice skills. May I invite sir to deliver his lecture.
Anybody in the launch and lead the ask them to come. Okay. See whether they come or not. Like I was telling Mahima, our dharma will have to take.
I think no
if they come, fine. If they don't,
outside, I think. Delegates, if any delegates are there outside, please tell them to come and join the session.
I request the delegates who are outside in the lounge and having a good time talking, kindly come and be seated in the auditorium to witness the scientific session and gain insights from public health, geopolitics, and future of sustainable development goals.
It's not bad.
do you have some CV? Good morning. While the things are being set up, we request if anybody is outside of this hall, postgraduates, faculty, everybody, please come and join us at the auditorium. Doctor, if you have it, just let them know on that stage. If they're hanging around, then come. Looking for your printed scene. Can I just know what I've learned now about it? Okay, with us is one of the doyens of our community medicine in the state and as well as at the country level. He is popularly known as UNICEF Suresh, and sir's full name is Suresh Krishna Rao. Sir has been a primary care physician, then a administrator, then a fantastic teacher, then he went on to public health administration, giving his technical inputs to UNICEF. Chunk of his time has been spent at UNICEF. I understand sir has left an indelible mark at UNICEF. I also learned that from my contemporary, Dr. Ramesh Masti, who was here, who was earlier with UNICEF. So all of them have very, very great things to say and talk about Suresh sir. So without wasting much time, we now invite you to talk to us about the work you have done and make us wise from your great insights, sir.
Good morning. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference to give me an opportunity to talk to the faculty and the postgraduates in public health from my experience of what I have seen teaching, training public health. Since I did my MD some time back, starting from Diploma in Occupational Health in 1977, it's almost about 50 years. From then and today, what we need to do is more important than recalling what was being done. Therefore, my title says, Shaping Future of the Public Health Specialists. Public health, as we saw, when we did MD or whatever courses we did, was considered to be a non-clinical subject. Therefore, most of us did not even bother to look at common illnesses. Over the years, we have learned if you are not a good clinician, you cannot be a good public health person. You may not know special subjects, but the basics are mandatory. Therefore, the first clarity I would like to give for people is, the more you know of at least the common illnesses in the country or in your surrounding, there are better chances of you becoming a better public health person. With this introduction, now you can see in this whole list, I'm listing what are the presentation schema. I would not like to go into these details to save the time. Now this is the statement made by 3 of the postgraduates in the recent year. The one in the red says, this is a bright MPH scholar from the university where I go as a professor of practice for about a week every month since 2018, almost about 7 years. I must have come across about 200 MPH scholars. In addition, I have been a regular visitor to medical colleges. What they say is, I didn't think it would be a tough challenge to get a decent job, but the person felt when he started going for interviews that how difficult it was. I can endorse that, but as a chairman of the recruitment of UNICEF in Delhi for 5 years, I can give an example of at least 20 professors rejected for the simple reason, despite their high theoretical understanding of the subject, the field knowledge or ability to take the public health to the community was minimal. The second person, an MD person, a female scholar, having done their, for the last 3 years, courses, finds it difficult that what job market is asking is something different than what they have learned in that 3 years course. You can also see, that means what exposures these people would have got. Another MPH scholar went into a research project of ICMR in Belgaum. He felt that only after going in there, the needle has turned towards public health. Until then, what they learned was something to get a degree. With this feeling, what are the skills required? for a public health person. Today, public health can be roughly talked of into three categories. We'll come to that later. Basically, the field public health, medical education in public health research. Now, all of them need your first skill required is what we call as clear and compelling communication. All technical jargon, can you make it easy for the people to understand from the village home to international experts? You should be able to convert that whatever you know, depending upon your audience. In public health, audience has varied from household family members to international experts. Second thing, your comfort with data literacy, we call. If any data is exposed to you, how would you interpret it? How would you explain it to different categories of people? Third, project management and execution. A step beyond that, even planning. Planning, execution, oversight, monitoring, evaluation. Those skills, which won't come overnight. Projects will not be given to you directly. You may have to create your own when you are doing post-graduation. Even a small village survey, your dissertation, whatever you do, you need to go through all these basic steps. Systems thinking and strategy. This is something new, not many people would have heard. When we talk of health, we talk of only health. Things don't end that. It is not a vertical thing. One needs to know sociology, economics, many other things, veterinary science, because health, human health is dependent on many issues. That's what we call as a systems thinking. You also need to look in the context of housing, health, environment, education, race, economics. What is the interconnection to disrupt the individual or public health? The fifth category is cultural humility and emotional intelligence. Respect the people whom you are talking to. Don't think that since you know, they should hear you. Listen to them first. Then also, think if you were in their position. What is emotional intelligence? Expecting you to be in their position and treat them with due respect. Everybody knows about health. Don't think that just because I have done MBBS or MD, I only know health. Health practices, influences which change health are known to everybody. Right or wrong practices. So how do you look at them and how can you build this? Basically, give respect to the people whom you are interacting. Ability and growth, adaptability is another thing. Most postgraduates, I have seen both MPH, MDs, they think the moment they go out, they will be highly respected. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen like that. Situations are all not conducive to you. So you need to see, adapt yourself and grow with a mindset of improving self with an interaction of whoever comes across. Everybody can offer you something if you are willing to learn. Of course, collaboration and relationship building with your own other departmental colleagues, team members, public, is always important to achieve public health goals. Last but not least, I was talking to the chairperson just now. Storytelling, tell about public health, what you did, how you did. These narratives create an impression about you. I have tried to, the skills into, depending upon the qualification one does, the first one talks of the diploma holders, whatever you call your degrees them as. Second line is the postgraduates or MD holders. And the last one are the PhDs, MBAs. The categories of attributes required are classified as mandatory, optional, and desirable. I won't go into those details. Basically, this will give you a bird's eye view what, as a public health specialist, depending upon areas you are working, you should be able to have. How you build will go individually. What skills you should have. Now I am talking from the other side. As a recruiter, what are people looking at? Your university degree is only a entry point, nothing beyond that. So what are they looking? They are looking some basic skills with you. If you possess them, you will impress them. First thing they look at is, are you able to prepare an implementation plan of an institution, of a district, of a state, what program they are doing. It is called as program implementation plan. If you have a theoretical knowledge, how do you translate into actions which are likely to give you outcome and results? Second is a communication skill. There are two separate communication skills. One we talk of information, education, and communication. This is age-old, everybody knows. But today's community will not be happy only with doing that. The projects will not succeed by only that. You will have to do the next one, which is in red. How do you involve people? How do you empower families to act on the health issues? And there will always be people who will resist or refuse to do what you want. How will you convince? So these three skills of involvement, empowerment, and convincing power are very important. The other thing is, never go as a learned person. However learned you are, there is an opportunity to learn. We call it as participatory learning, not for another degree, but for action in the field. Who will act, how will you act to get the desired results with the team members and the community. Fourth skill is what we call as strategic analysis for investment in the health. A hospital may call you, sir, tell me why we are not able to make the outcomes. If a private hospital may say, we are not able to making enough money. If you go to our government institution, like health center or district officer, they will ask you, why are we not succeeding? And there is an issue which we call as plannings are done at the national level. State people also contribute some. District people are there to only execute, but they don't know the background. Therefore, they create what we call as operational or implementation bottlenecks. And there is a program called as Analyzing the Problems of Implementation. And this is also called as Marginal Budgeting for Bottlenecks. If you want to do anything extra, you need money. So first you need to analyze what is the problem, how much money is required, how do you monitor what you have suggested will be done, and whether it adds value or not. So that is what is called as strategic analysis. Then skills of supervision. Most of the MD and MPH scholars are going as a supervisory level if they are in the field. If they don't know themselves the tasks done by the field workers, there is nothing for you to supervise. They are very smart. One good example is, recently, those of you know NHM, Ayurvedic and nursing graduates are brought in as community health officers. They are supposed to be supporting the Ashas, Anganwadi workers, and the health workers. Unfortunately, the health workers are 20 to 30 years old in experience, and these are fresh young graduates. So therefore, if you do not know what services they are rendering, if you are unable to do yourself first, there is no way you can supervise. They will keep you tackling. Sir, barala sir, ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಸರ್. ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಬರದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನೀವು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಹಳ್ಳ ಹಿಡಿದ್ರಿ. So these are basically, supervision is not only an authority, basic skills you need to have yourself. The sixth category is national health programs. There are more than 20 programs in the country now. They are designed at a different level. District PSCs implement. As a public health qualified person, your job starts from what we call as monitoring the national health programs. It may be at a village level, sub-center level, at the higher level, any level. If you are able to know what are the actions, how it is being done, where things can go wrong, then only you will be able to monitor. Sometimes you are called, if you are show your merits, for evaluation both at the state, national, district level. I remember in 1985, when we started immunization program in Karnataka, Kolar was one of the districts where we launched first, along with Hassan. So at that time, people would look at how do you implement. So if you want to monitor, you must know the implementation of individual tasks. On-the-job training for field workers. Most of you who go as the supervisors, if the worker does not know to do such a thing, are morally obligated to show them. What you do not know, better keep away from them to finding fault. Last but not the least, most forgotten, we were talking right now, including Dr. Pai, one of the senior professors here. If you do not update, if I start talking of public health, what I learned in 1978, it becomes redundant today. So therefore, one of the quality of a public health postgraduate is recent development, innovation, most important, operation research. How can anything be done differently? And learning skills. Now this is one I thought I would pose to some of the postgraduates. You think over, those of you who are interested, come back to me and talk. I will not waste the time here. Recently, just last week, there is a case in the High Court of Delhi who have questioned the HPV vaccine. I'm sure all of you know what HPV vaccine is. They are saying Government of India has introduced in a hurry. It is going to cause a problem. They are giving examples of one case in Chennai, another case in Gwalior, third in Bihar. Some reaction happened, maybe very severe. Therefore, they say that government should think before introducing. HPV, is, as you know, has been inducted for the girls of 14 years, starting this fiscal year. Now here, they also argue that screening for cervical cancer for women between 30 to 65 is the best approach for minimizing cervical cancer problem, without knowing the intricacies used of the screening. Finally, the final sentence is very key. I would like even the faculty to look at it, probably at tea we'll discuss. How do you address this question? If you are the person to respond to this High Court demand where they have asked Government of India to respond. What they are asking is conduct and publish district-wise, state-wise epidemiological assessment, disease burden, cost effectiveness. You know all these words, how easy it is, how many years it may take, even if all our medical colleges in the country are involved. This is the challenge a public health person faces. Always you are questioned. Whatever you do, you are questioned. Basic public health ethics, I would not like to go here. Basically say that our personal thing come last. Always it is the people, your community first, family next, and individual the last. This is a basic public health sector in the country. I would not like to go again into details. These are very primary things. This is what the base or the community level practice, both in urban and rural. The type, again, will not go into the details for the time constraint. How the public health training is going on in India. This I have collected from my own experience starting from 1978 when I did my diploma in occupational health in Bangalore Medical College. I like to categorize two courses. One is MD Preventive and Social Medicine, which most of the institutions give, and Masters in Public Health, which is a recent one. The basic strength in the MD is you have a homogeneous group who have a basic medical qualification. How much they remember is secondary, but they have. There is, basically they have a strong understanding of issues of public health. You are building on what they have. The negative component in MD is, it is heavily relying on traditional didactic and clinical setup. At the most, you go to the hospital. Community practices, I have reviewed about 200 dissertations, 100 from MPH schools and 100 from MDs. Hardly 5% are on operational research, MD dissertation. Most studies talk of KAP, knowledge, attitude, practice of nursing student, medical student, family members, etc., etc. So they are basically what I call as armchair public health dissertations. We need to go beyond that. The second weakness there is a limited flexibility to look at the private sector as an MD person. How many can do a dissertation of the clients in private sector? Not many have done. There is minimal exposure to field activities. Clinical case assessment, only our chairperson was telling that they do. They are the exceptional institution not in touch with the clinical aspects. So, now coming to the Masters of Public Health, because today the Masters of Public Health are outnumbering the MD candidates in the country, including in Karnataka. They are known as now movers or shakers of public health because they are actually in the field. Their strength is, I would call it a very big strength. These people come from a multidisciplinary. They are arts graduate, science graduate, dental graduate, Ayurvedic graduate, whom even think of any graduate. BA Economics. Recently in case RDPRO, we had one civil engineer girl coming to MPH. Are they all needed? Can they do public health? The answer is emphatically yes. Public health is a multifaceted calculation. So therefore, the problem is there are so many public health schools which have cropped up in the last 10 years. There is no common understanding. There is no common controlling unit. And teaching basically depends upon completing the syllabus, which is formed by what is known as study board, university study board or curriculum study board. I am one of the members in 2 universities.
Suresh sir, sorry to interrupt if I'm
winding up.
Do not want to come in the way of your thoughts, but we have another 3 minutes left, sir.
Okay. So there we are, the only weakness there is again field exposure is not there. Now this is one slide where I want every postgraduate to do what is known as strategic analysis. How do you do step by step? The number of interviews I have done for both MD and MPH scholars, which goes beyond 500, hardly 10% know. If you are sent to the field to assess what is going wrong today, how can we improve? That is known as strategic analysis. Artificial intelligence, without which public health in future is a question mark. You will not be entertained if you do not have the idea about it. Just to summarize, the public health schools, now I am using the word, forgive me if I have not said college, because all of you are college or university professors. We need to develop a system where learning replaces teaching. The faculty's job is only to give opportunities for learning, not teach. Then, where an anxiety is replaced by curiosity of learning, merit replaces manipulation. Practice replaces preaching. Community health is built on individual health and illness. Do not neglect that. Keep in touch. Every postgraduate, every professional must be doing at least 1 hour of clinical practice every day. Do it free if you don't want money. Second, the institutions are the best as far as scholars are concerned. People who are opting for MD or MPH, they are good people. Only they need right mentoring. If we fail, it is the faculty's failure, not the candidates. Third, every scholar wants to stand his dream. There is a big family behind him who is looking for the journey, and our job is They want to create idols for the people coming afterwards. Their courage has humbled me. Their resolve has held a mirror to all of us, which say that who will shape the country of the public health? Is only theory? Definitely not. Empowering public health professionals is between the scholars. The responsibility lies with the scholars, education system, public health practitioner, and it should not lack skill development or get hijacked by political or resource crunch. Today we see research crunch at the universities a lot. My final appeal to all stakeholders here is a stronger capacity building should be the aim of public health training. Thank you. Once again, I thank the organizers and all of you for the patient hearing. Thank you.
We can have two questions, sir, with
Namaste, everybody. Many may not know that he is an epitome of Lakshmi and Saraswati. Sorry for using this phrase. I am a great admirer of Dr. Suresh, and a few minutes ago, Dr. Ramakrishna and I were talking to him, and he said his services are available to any college as a CSR or like I do it. Please make use of them. If you don't make use of them, Anil, please come here. Sir, he is from Gulbarga, sir. इसको पहले पकड़िए. शायद आपको पता नहीं कि वो गुलबर्गा के वासी हैं. Thank you very much. And Dr. Muni, please make use of his services. He is our guru. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any one question from the floor? Any postgraduates in the audience? Okay, sir. Yeah, anybody? Okay, sir, I think we are also,
Thank you.
time is up. So thanks a lot, Suresh sir. Thanks a ton for your presentation, and actually your presentation and the slides, I couldn't resist, clicking them, sitting here, sir, shamelessly, but fantastic, sir. Great wisdom and great insight, sir. And like RP sir said, I think you must come to all of our medical colleges and have, like you insisted, not 30 minutes, 1 hour, but at least half a day of interaction with the postgraduates and young faculty. I'm sure some of us will take this offer from you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Long live. Thanks again once again. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'm humbled, to be chairing sir's session. Thanks a ton.
So thank you, Suresh sir, for highlighting the importance of public health training and preparing future professionals for real-world challenges. Now I request Dr. Ramakrishna Gaud sir to felicitate Dr. Suresh sir. Now I invite Dr. Muninarayana sir to felicitate Dr. Ramakrishna Gaud sir, who accepted our immediate request for chairing this session.
From Munnarayan, sir, I think I cherish this more than anything else. He's our dear, super senior at
Thank you, sir. We move on to the next session. Our next speaker is Dr. Krishna Raj, sir, Professor, Economic Studies and Policy, Institute of Social and Economic Change, Bengaluru. He will address the topic, Geopolitical Situation and Sustainable Development Goals, the World Without Future. May I request Dr. Krishna Raj, sir, to kindly take the stage. I request Dr. Muni Narayana sir to chair the session. I request Muni Narayana sir to introduce our speaker, Dr. Krishna Raj sir. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. It is my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Krishna Raj. Dr. Krishna Raj is a professor at Center of Economic Studies and Policy, Institute of Social and Economic Charge, Bangalore, India. Earlier, he was the Vice Chairman of Academic Program Committee. He is also served as a liaison officer. He has successful 20 years of service as a researcher, teacher, supervisor, policy advisor to the central and state governments, and expert committee member for various committees. He obtained a PhD in economics from the University of Mysore. His research focus on environmental economics, inclusive growth, economics of the natural resources, climate change, and sustainable development. The recent studies include traffic congestion in Bangalore, urban air pollution, financing climate change, forests and biodiversity conservation in Western Ghats and Himalayas, river basin planning, climate change, and efficiency of water supply and demand management in the New York and Bangalore cities, among others. Economic Survey of India 2025-26 cited the joint study conducted by Professor Krishna Raj on estimation of economic cost and traffic congestion in Bangalore. Professor Krishna Raj was invited for the 10th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum 2025 to speak on the rise of the global south. Is multipolar world on divided world in the making, organized by the Center for China and Globalization, Beijing in China. He is a recipient of prestigious Karnataka State Environment Award for the year 2024-25, instituted by the Department of Forest, Ecology and Environment, Government of Karnataka, for his outstanding contribution to the environmental management and policy. Currently, he is a member of the expert committee on the access to the biodiversity of and benefit sharing constituted by the Karnataka Biodiversity Board, Forest, Ecology, Environment Department, Government of Karnataka, and also asset monetization constituted by the Government of Karnataka to enhance the tax and non-tax revenues through the methods of assessment, monetization with private participation. So he was nominated by the government of Karnataka as an executive council member for the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School, Economics, University, Bangalore for 3 years to oversee the governance of the university. So still a lot is there about his achievements. So I am thanking him for accepting this one, and over to the Krishnaraj sir for continuous presentation. Thank you, sir. So still lot things are there. I just saw it now.
Yeah.
And
So
Okay, sir.
I'll take how much time I am available? I have
20 minutes, sir.
20 minutes? Okay, 20 minutes is very short, but I try to complete. Good morning, one and all. Thank you very much for having me here at this 36th annual conference of Association of Community Health of on the topic Sustainable Developmental Goals Way Forward. It's a great pleasure being invited to the forum where I can provide some inputs on how the state and the international geopolitical orders can help in community health and understanding from the geopolitical situation that would help in institutional building for our own health and securing the future also. So without taking much of your time, I just move to my presentation. I have been asked to speak on the Sustainable Developmental Goals 16 and 17. You know that Goal 16, it talks about promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. So this is a broad objective of this Sustainable Developmental Goal 16. And the last goal is about establishing partnership for achieving all these goals. If you take the present geopolitical situation, how it is unraveling day by day, you can understand how our future and also our health being secured in this uncertain world. Therefore, I titled this as The World Without Future. What are the geopolitical transformation that are unraveling in the world is that first and foremost, you must be aware of the policies in the globalization, liberalization, and privatization policies are also known as capitalism. These policies, earlier the markets used to prevail, and market used to control the sway of supply and demand and the production and consumption, everything. Now the world is shifting towards shift from free markets to state intervention. So the idea of globalization is that giving complete freedom to the markets, whereas in recent periods, you can see the state is taking control over markets and production and also consumption. It includes education, health, and other socio-economic factors. So in this regard, industrial policy, if you look at industrial policy, governments routinely subsidize domestic technology, artificial intelligence, and green manufacturing. This is the trend in all over the world, including America and including in China. And in recent budget, you might have seen in the Indian budget allocation for all these new technology and artificial intelligence and also rare earth materials, etc. And now the world resources are considered as they belong to particular nations for having a power concentration, or we can say that hegemony, create a hegemony over the other countries. For example, America has a power in controlling other countries through various technologies. Recent developments you might have seen, the Trump administration is imposing tariff on various exports and imports that restricts trade movement or supply chain, where it wants to have a control on the resources. And in 1990s onwards, particularly in the Indian context, way back in 1980s onwards, all the countries of the world, they have come under the sway of liberalization, globalization, and privatization. Now they are turning backwards from free trade to a state-controlled trade. So this is how the geopolitical situation is unraveling day by day, from liberalization, globalization, and privatizations to state control, and industrial policies are highly restricted, and they want to have a resources hegemony over other countries, and they are basically discarding WTO, World Trade Organizations. Further, if you come to geo-economic fragmentation, supply chain regionalization is taking place. You look at the supply chain, the Hormuz, state of Hormuz is completely controlled by Iran, as well as on the other hand, the USA. On the other side, you war between Russia and Chechnya that leads to the resources are being controlled by Russia, and the European countries are struggling to get the fuel supply. So this is how the ramifications are taking place. And on the other hand, the China, it wants to extract more resources from the countries which are against the Europe and also America, just like Argentina and Iran and other countries. So it is also being affected due to this geopolitical situation. And countries are weaponized through tariff, economic tariff, and there is a multipolar realignment. And there is a multipolar realignment means that there was two blocks earlier, Russia and USA. Now another multipolar country which has emerged is China. So China wants to take all the countries into fold like BRICS, and they want to have another economic power in their hands and fight against the USA. So this is how this geopolitical situation which is taking place. As a result, these are the risks and uncertainties that are emerging in the world, and nothing is permanent, and there is no secured world for jobs and secure world for even climate change, finance, etc. So what are these political or global risks? Geo-economic confrontation is increasing day by day. You might have seen the war between USA and Iran, and Israel and Iran, and also Russia and Chechnya, and other countries. So geo-economic confrontation is the biggest this one, and misinformation and disinformation through social media, societal polarization through religion and other issues, extreme weather events due to climate change, state-based armed conflict due to terrorism, and cyber insecurity due to the increasing use of our dependence on internet and social media and banking, and growing economic inequality in the world because of concentration of wealth in the 1% of the global rich, and erosion of human rights and our civic freedom. You might have seen the civil wars are taking place all over the world, and pollution is gaining because of institutional failures. There are no institutions which can control the pollution because of all these hand in glove, the politicians and the corporates, they work. We call it as crony capitalism. Apart from that, the last one is involuntary migration or displacement is taking place not only due to conflicts, but more importantly due to climate change. Many people are migrating from North India to South India, especially to Bangalore city, because of these climate changes. So likewise, there are also long-term 10 years global risks, and I don't want to talk on them. Now come to the details about what I highlighted in the previous slides. The geopolitical-led economic conflicts continue to serve as the root cause for the many regional conflicts, economic uncertainty, and unsustainable development in the world. Geo-economic forces under the influence of capitalism shape the global order. You might have seen now IMF, the multilateral organizations. On the one hand, IMF, WTO, and World Bank, they promote capitalism. On the other hand, United Nations Organization, UNEP, IPCC, and WHO and others, they promote sustainable developmental goals. So, but they do not go together in achieving these sustainable development for the world because of the control of the market by these three organizations, that is WTO, IMF, and World Bank. So there is no coordination between these multilateral organizations to achieve the sustainable development for the world. The nations opted to pursue the national interest against the objective enshrined in the multilateral organizations, such as upholding international peace and security, promoting inclusive economic development, tackling climate change, defending human rights, among others. The long-standing rules-based international order under the mandate of multilateral institutions and agreements is fast collapsing, and the world order under UNO is disappearing. The UNO failed to prevent and also stop ongoing war among nations, Russia and Ukraine, I mentioned Chechnya, Ukraine, Israel and Palestine, Iran. The breakdown of the UNO-led Paris Climate Agreement enhanced the risks and uncertainty for the future of the Earth under Trump. The supply chain disruptions in trade continues as WTO failed to prevent imposing unilateral tariff by USA under the President Donald Trump on member countries. The US, Russia, and China are on strategic move to dominate the world as the world is strategically driven by technology and energy. So the economic productivity led by technology, including artificial intelligence, and energy, mainly led by rare earth materials and semiconductors and chips, microchips, etc., under the influence of climate change, continues to impact the world order today. So therefore, countries want to secure their future with new technology, that is semiconductor and artificial intelligence, and new energy resources, rare earth elements. Rare earth materials including monazite, cobalt, uranium, and bastnasite are vital for modern technology, including smartphones, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Trump has already occupied Venezuela, which possesses significantly large untapped reserves of various minerals, including potential deposits of rare earth elements. And the USA is also eyeing for Greenland. Greenland holds an estimated 1.5 million metric tons of rare earth reserves. Over 60% of the world's rare earth elements are mined in China, and it possesses more than 90% of them. In this context, the peace and security in the context of peace economics plays an important role to prevent and resolve economic-led conflicts in the world by identifying the new sources of growth which are long-lasting. The analysis in the peace economics about the cause and effects of violent economic conflicts in the world and ways to avoid economic conflicts conforms with the United Nations Sustainable Goal, that is 16, in promoting inclusive and sustainable development. Therefore, this lecture tries to unravel the root causes of the present contested world, how the geopolitical situation is influenced by geoeconomics, and offers possible strategy to realize inclusive and sustainable development based on the framework and principles of peace economics. First, I would like to highlight how these worldwide conflicts and their nature and pattern has been changing over a period of time. Mahatma Gandhi said long back, peace is the most powerful weapon for mankind, but we've forgotten that one. As a result, there are growing conflicts all over the world. He says that peace acts as catalyst for economic development. Peace is the foundation for societies to thrive for welfare, even ensuring health. There is always strong, intricate connection between economics and peace. So economist, Nobelist John Tinbergen defines peace economics as economic science used for a purpose that prohibits war as an instrument of settling conflicts between nations and to organize the world in a way that warfare is punished. For example, in Iran, the school children were killed by the USA, and that war crime should be punished. There are many United Nations organizations, they are pressing for this type of heinous act. So conflicts worldwide have become very common and deep-rooted. Political camouflage, politicians are becoming self-centered and they want to make use of the uncertain situation. And as a result, you know that there is a growing war between Russia and Ukraine and USA and Iran, and even China is also a root cause for all this geopolitical change. So economic reasons, economic security and inequality. Growing inequality is another reason for economic inequality, and as a result, the war, especially in African countries, mainly due to economic reasons. Natural resource degradation due to climate change, and in recent reports by UNEP, No More Hot Air Please, they have highlighted the countries are going for more production of fossil fuels, that is emission of greenhouse gases. This is how the world is turning to be more uncertain and more risky world because of all these geopolitical and geoeconomic changes. So why nations fail? There is a book by James Robinson, the origin of power, prosperity and poverty, why nations fail. He has clearly explained the reason for why nations fail to achieve peace and security. So in this economics of peace as a subject, a concept deals with economic stability, conflict resolution and global prosperity. Pursuit of peace can help economic renaissance and world development after Second World War. For example, Japan, world's third largest economy today after the World War II. It was completely ravaged, completely destroyed, but it has become a third largest economy. And Germany was divided between two countries, and now emerged as a fourth largest economy. Sometimes these conflicts or revolution also help the countries to shape the new order for the country. Therefore, some revolutions which took place in the South Asian countries have also led to changing of the government, etc.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Another 2 minutes left.
Only
please.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. I may take around 5 to 10 minutes to complete this one, but I quickly complete it. So peace, stability and security always restores investors' confidence and movement of labor and capital. So the multilateral organization I have mentioned, they are also divided on achieving these goals. Then this book explains why nations fail. These authors observe that they applied institutional economics. You know that 17th goal talks about collaboration among the institutions, among the countries. So the institutional economics, development economics, and economic history to understand why nations develop differently, why some nations succeeded in the accumulation of power, prosperity, and other failed. They emphasize the role of state and institutions in economic prosperity. So as long as the state and the institutions do not serve everyone, but only an exploitative elite, it is very difficult to achieve economic development for the entire nation. So this sentence clearly highlights the problem of the nations, problem of the world, because the states are serving an exploitative elite at the cost of the society. So as a result, democracy as an institution plays an important role as a growth factor, but democracy is also considered to be a plutocracy. The administration is done by the inefficient a few people. So therefore, Amartya Sen offers a solution for this type of problem in his book, Development as Freedom. He argues that development as freedom is the expansion of the capabilities of an individual so that he can lead the kind of a life he values. So value-based society can create a good democracy, good institutions that always support the peace and security all over the world. So political freedoms and transparency in relations between people, freedom of opportunity, including freedom to access credit, and economic protection from abject poverty, including through income supplements and unemployment relief, these are the principles the state and these institutions should adapt to achieve the development as a freedom. So one of the suggestion was that universal basic income to the poor, and just like 5 guarantees, high per capita income of Karnataka is achieved because of these 5 guarantees, etc. So in this way, there are several economists who are propounding the idea of how to achieve the peace through economic principles. So here you might have seen the banker to the poor, Muhammad Yunus in Bangladesh, how he turned the country to make use of the microfinance as a means to overcome the poverty. Conventional banking system, he didn't believe, and as a result, so the Poor Economics by Abhijit V. Banerjee and Esther Duflo, they got Nobel Prize for their work in Africa. They also concentrate on how to eradicate global poverty and against the grand developmental plans of the governments, and he suggested several things. So he asks one question: why would a man in Morocco who does not have enough to eat buy a television? So this clearly asks questions in India also, why people buy mobile phone even though they don't have proper health. So these are the things we need to understand. So there are several economists come forward to talk about capitalism, which is creating a divided world in terms of economic inequality. One book is by Joseph E. Stiglitz, The Road to Freedom, Economics and the Good Society. He talks about the road to freedom in this book. He says that capitalism is based on exploiting the weak and wreaking havoc on workers, the environment, and our ethical system. According to him, all of them claim that markets are self-regulating, offering the best protection to consumers and workers, and maximizing per capita economic growth. This is a myth according to him. So Stiglitz, in reality, he says that is the opposite of whatever the ideology. Their ideology has legitimized freedom for the few at the expense of the many. For example, we don't have freedom of choice. If you go to malls and others, they have their own commodities and goods where we need to buy and go and buy. So we don't have freedom of choice. Whatever they produce, we are using, basically. Whatever we want, they are not producing. This is how the world is turning. So Stiglitz has mathematically proven through his academic articles to be simply wrong. Most markets are inefficient, exploit workers and customers, are based on property laws that favor big business. So this has resulted in this type of conflict. South Asia's youth uprising and conflict. Sri Lanka, you know that what happened, and the elected government was thrown out. And Bangladesh, the elected government was thrown out in second liberation 2024. There was a Iran protest, but it was not successful, and because of war. And Gen Z protest in Nepal is taking place, which took away the elected government. Gen Z protest in India is gaining momentum, and because of the corrupt system in the education, corrupt system in the recruitment. So I can understand the government is not in a position to provide the education, free education. People and students pay donations, but still get the degrees, medical degree or engineering degree or any other degree. But further, they need to pay for getting the job. This is really a corrupt system which is encouraging, that lead to lots of issues.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You
Yeah.
can wind up, sir.
Yeah. So this violent protest by youth and toppling the elected government is mainly to address economic insecurity and unemployment. So in this regard, the Global Peace Index, you might have seen, it is coming down day by day. As a result, the risks and uncertainty are increasing to the tune of GDP of $2,455 per person. This is the insecurity we have per person in the world. It is increasing day by day. So the countries are being ranked, and India is also ranked low because of all these developments. These are the risks which are increasing all over the countries of the world, all over the world. And these are the economic impact of violence. Military expenditure is increasing, international security expenditure is also increasing, private security people are taking, homicide, suicide, violent crime, refugee and IDPs, GDP losses, like that, fear, conflict deaths, likewise peacekeeping and committing suicide is increasing day by day. And climate change is the another, madam is here, she will be talking on climate change. I don't want to spend more time on that. Professor Indu is here. So you know that how climate change is ravaging the whole world, and it is also on an average temperature is increasing because of total energy consumption is increasing in these countries, especially China, United States and India, in terms of million tons of oil equivalent. As a result, the pollution level is also increasing. CO2 million tons. And energy consumption, even though we are promoting non-renewable energy, but even today the primary energy sources like gas, coal and oil, they are predominant in meeting the energy demands. As a result, the
Sir, please, running short of time, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
So with this, I want to conclude by saying that Sustainable Development Goals in 2026, as per this report, most of the Sustainable Development Goals could not be achieved because of these growing conflicts, changing geopolitical situation, non-availability of funds, and free movement of supply chain. Supply chain is being affected. As a result, poverty is same, and second goal is also same, except the third goal, and all the goals are remaining the stagnant. So this is the world which is looking, and so the world without future here is that these are the problem: financial and economic barriers, governance and policy conflicts, environment and social crises are increasing. As a result, the Sustainable Developmental Goals cannot be achieved by 2030 as we planned in the world. So the only answer is that the Gandhiji, Mahatma Gandhiji's principles of non-violence, truthfulness, simplicity, self-reliance and compassion remain not only relevant but also essential for the peaceful existence of this world. I stop here. Therefore, humanity must learn to live within the limitations of the physical environment That is the only message we can adapt for the world peace. I stop here. Thank you for this opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Because of the shortage of time, we can allow one question
Yes.
from
yes.
the audience.
Yeah.
If any questions?
Are there questions?
So, otherwise, we'll.
This question is there.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll just place one comment and a question related to that.
Yes.
The comment is in terms of compliments again. Again, I'm repeating it for the Krishnan Committee report, which brought in a wide transformational change in the state, moving from volume-based to strength-based liquor policy. I think that's the revolution in the state, in the entire country. Compliments for being on that thing, sir. I would like to link up alcohol with respect to this geopolitics. What is your take on that, sir?
Very interesting question. See, being a committee in the expert committee on resource mobilization, Government of Karnataka, so we always thought about whether the revenue principle should be the priority or health principle should be the priority. So it was hard to separate them. Both are very important for the. We have seen the examples of other states like Gujarat, Bihar, where complete the liquor was banned. But still, these states face lots of issues, and the illegal liquor sale is going on in these states. Therefore, a complete banning is not a good idea, but how to balance between the revenue and health of the people is the discussion which took place for a long time. As a result, we estimated the social cost of alcohol in Karnataka. It is almost 2% of its GSDP. So 2% of its GSDP means around 60,000 crores. So in order to reduce that social cost on health damage through drinking and alcohol consumption, so we started realizing that the alcohol tax was based on, as mentioned by, on the quantity, not on the strength or alcohol strength, spirit strength. So for the first time in India, we adopted the policy of let us go for strength-based taxation, alcohol in beverage. So as a result, we implemented this policy and Government of Karnataka has accepted. There you can find some solution to some of the problems we are facing in the state is that, you know that Indians, they consume high spirit liquor, high strength liquor. Whereas in case of Western countries, they go for low strength beer and others. So as a result, because of our AIB, alcohol in beverage taxation, the lower strength beer and other liquor prices have come down drastically. For example, it was 90 rupees for beer, now it has been reduced to 70. As a result, the people are starting drinking beer, which has less health effect when compared to the other gin, rum, or other brandy, etc. So this is how we are trying to reduce the health burden at the cost of state revenue. But state revenue is also increasing. It is a double bonanza for the state. State revenue is also increasing, but the people are started drinking the low alcohol strength beverages. So this is how we are doing. But the second point is that there is one more market which is emerging, ready to drink. There they are mixing up the alcohol with the various soft drinks and many things. They are selling to the Gen Z. This is creating one more trouble to us. In the morning, I suggested the committee should adopt one policy on this one also. We are working on it. So it is a constantly giving challenges to us. Yeah.
Sir,
So we understood
sir,
the
just
answer.
I'll quickly finish, sir.
No,
Quickly finish.
time is off. You
Okay.
can later on you can interact with him for your further clarifications. So thank you, Dr. Krishna Raj sir, for your views on the economics and geopolitical situation in the world and how the changes are happening. So once again, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for providing valuable insights into the intersection of global politics, economics, and sustainable development. I request Muni Narayana, sir, to present the memento to our speaker, Dr. Krishna Raj, sir. I now request R.P. Pai, sir, to take the stage and hand over the memento to Dr. Muni Narayana, sir.
రీస్టార్ట్ పంట పడదాం అంతొచ్చు.
We are now pleased to announce that our alumni ma'am, Dr. Lata K., who is an associate professor in NIMHANS, has written a book on media and mental health, along with the chief editors, Dr. Meena K.S., ma'am, Dr. Santosh K. Chaturvedi, sir, and associate editor, Dr. Sharmita K. I request all of them to take the stage and release the book, hand over the book to the university. I request our registrar, Dr. Muni Narayana, sir, to take the stage and take over the book. Warm round of applause.
So moving on to the next session. Scientific Session 8, spotlight presentations along with panel discussion on the topic Climate and Health from Community Realities to Precision Public Health, focusing on goals, SDG 11, 13, and SDG 3. This session is moderated by Dr. Sudha Chandrasekhar ma'am, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Swasti Health Catalyst, and the other panel speakers. Vedika Tikmani, Swasti Health Catalyst, Niklesh Unnikrishnan Sir, Catalyst X, Dr. Indumurthy, who is Center for Study of Science, Technology, and Policy, Dr. Sandeep Thakkar, Natural Resources and Defense Council, Dr. Arvind B.A. Sir from National Institute of Mental Health and Natural Sciences, and Mr. Sauvik Pine Sir, Residence Development. So I invite Dr. Sudha ma'am and her team to kindly take over the session. And I invite our host, Vedika ma'am, to host the session.
Hello, everyone. Um, Thank you very much for being here, respected faculties, delegates, friends. Welcome to this session of Kachcon 2026, Climate and Health from Community Realities to Precision Public Health. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Vedika. I am from Swasti Health Catalyst. I work as a technical specialist and primarily on the climate and health programs. So just a brief context about the program, and then I promise not to take a lot of your time, and then we'll quickly jump into the next plan. So climate change is usually discussed through temperature charts, rainfalls, disasters, infrastructure, but the real impact is on people, their bodies, homes, workplace, health systems. It is heat exhaustion for an outdoor worker, breathlessness on a polluted day, fever after a flood, rising dengue and chikungunya cases, and it is also the growing pressure on the frontline health workers, our ASHAs, the PHC teams, and the district health system. I had written down some numbers about climate change, but I think we don't need to go into that because everyone in this room understands that the urgency is real. So I'll just take you through how our 1 hour is going to look like. We're going to, we'll present a film which was developed by Swasti and Restless Development, Heat Through the Eyes of the Youth. This was based on a joint evidence paper on heat, health, and young people in Karnataka. The findings were that heat is a risk multiplier, amplifying every existing inequality, and there is no single youth experience of it. So we'll start with that, and then we'll go on to two spotlight presentations and then the panel discussion. Can you call somebody? Yeah, this has to be presented.
ಮೀನುಗಾರರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಮೀನುಗಾರರಾಗಲಿ, ಈಗ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಇಂಥ ದೋಣಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗೋರು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಥವಾ ರಾತ್ರಿಗೂ ಈ ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಸಮಯ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಉಬ್ಬರದ ಸಮಯ ಅಥವಾ ಇಳಿತದ ಸಮಯ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಬಲೆ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಮೀನು ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೋಟಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಶೆಲ್ಟರ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈಗ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕೆಗೆ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬ ಬಾಯಾರಿಕೆ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಏನೋ ತಲೆ ತಿರುಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಈ ಹೀಟನ್ನು ತಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತು ಸರಿಯಾದ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಹೀಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಬೇಡ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ಅಂಶ ಕೂಡ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಡೈಲಿ ಅವರು ದುಡಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನಾವು ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೊಳೆ, ಹಿಂದೆ ಕಾಡು, ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಾವು 1-2-3 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಹೋದ್ರೂ ಸಿಗೋದು ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಥವಾ ಬಿಸಿಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇದ್ದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಆ ಮಳೆನೂ ನೆನಿತೀವಿ, ಬಿಸಿಲು ಒಣಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಆವಾಗ ನಾವು ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇದ್ದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಮೈ ಕೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ನೋವು, ಕೆಮ್ಮು, ಗಂಟ್ಲು ಕಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು.
ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಏನು ಬಿಸಿಲು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಹೀಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವು ಜಲಚರಗಳು ಮೀನುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸತ್ತು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಕಾವಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಮುಂದೆ ಬಿಸಿಲು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇತ್ತಂದಾಗ ಅದು ತಂಪು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಜ್ಜಿಗೆ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಜ್ಜಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಡಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಸೇವನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಕೂಲ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸು ಅದು ಇದು ಅಂತ ಕುಡಿತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಮೇಲೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರುತ್ತೆ.
ಶಾಲೆ ಹುಡುಗರೆಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಆಗಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸಾಲಿ ದಿನ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಾಗ ಅಂದರೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಜರ್ಗಿನ್ ತೊಗೊಳೋದು. ಒಟ್ಟು ಮಳೆಗಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನು ಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಕ್ವಿಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ರೆಡಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಸರ ಶಾಲೆ ಶುರುವಾಗಿ 1 ತಿಂಗಳಾದ ಆ ಹುಡುಗರು ಜರ್ಕಿನ್ ಹಾಕೊಳಕತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ಯಾಸಿಗೆ ಅತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಆಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಲಾಶಯಗಳ ಮಟ್ಟನೂ ಸಹ ಈಗ ಬರೀ 21% ಅದ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜಲಾಶಯಗಳ ಮಟ್ಟ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಈ ಬ್ಯಾಸಿಗೆ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದೊಳಗೂ ನೀರಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಐತಿ. ಈಗ 10% ಇರೋ ನೀರಾವರಿ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಸಹ ಬತ್ತು ಹೋಗೋಂಗ ಆಗ್ಯಾವ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಮರುಪೂರಣೆ ನೀಡೈತಿ.
ಈಗ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳು ಋತು ಅಂದರೆ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಸಮಯ ಇರ್ತದಲ್ಲ,
ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಡೇದೊಳಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ ರೀ, ಬೇಸಿಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇಚ್ಚಿಂಗ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನೋವಾಗ್ತಿರ್ತದಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಬೇಸಿಗೆದೊಳಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುವಂಥ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ ರೀ.
ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಈ ಥರ ತುಂಬ ಬಿಸಿಲು ಹೊಡಿತೈತೆ, ಏನು ತಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಬಿಸಿ ಐತೈತೆ, ಮೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ಹೀಟಾಗಿ ಫೇಸಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಪಿಂಪಲ್ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ ಹಂಗಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಹೋಗಿ ತಣ್ಣೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡು, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದರೆ ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋ ತಲೆಗೆ, ಸರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಹಂಗಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಬೇಸಿಗೆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಗು ಹೋಗುಗಳಂದರೆ ತೊಂದರೆಗಳಾಗುವಂಥ ನಾವು ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕ್ರಿ? ಈಗ
ಮುಂಚಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆಗಾಲ, ಚಳಿಗಾಲ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇಸಿಗೆಗಾಲ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಬೇಸಿಗೆಗಾಲನೇ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ.
5 ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಬಿಸಿಲು ಏನು ವಿಟಮಿನ್ ಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಆದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ರ್ಯಾಷಸ್ಸು, ಇರಿಟೇಟ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಚಿಕನ್ ಪಾಕ್ಸು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತೈತೆ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸು.
ಸೊ ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸೀಸನ್ಗೆ ತಕ್ಕಂಗೆ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ಸ್ ಬೆಳೀತಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಆ ಸೀಸನ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಸೀಸನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಳೆಗಾಲ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಬ್ಯಾಸಿಗೆ ಆಗತ್ತೈತಿ, ಬ್ಯಾಸಿಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಬರತೈತಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸೀಸನಾಲಿಟಿ ವೇರಿಯಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಭಾಳ ಕಾಣಕತ್ತೈತಿ ಈಗ.
ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ವಾತಾವರಣವನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳನ್ನ ಯಥೇಚ್ಛವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ನಾನು ಈ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೇಳೋದಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ, ಬಿಸಿಲಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಓಡಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ಓಡಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಮತ್ತು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರೋ, ನಿಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಗ್ಲೂಕೋಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾಕೆಟನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನೀರು ಬಾಟ್ಲ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಹ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Just give me a second.
Hold on to those voices with you, because everything that follows is about the people and the kind of impact climate change is having on them. And in the end, you will also hear more about community perspective from Dr. Sobek of Restless Development, who is one of the partners behind this film and is also on our panel. Now for our first spotlight, which is on frontline implementation, since I've been closely involved in the project. Allow me to switch hats and be your first presenter for the next 8 minutes. So, not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. We're all aware of these numbers, and we all know that heat. Before that, I just want to highlight that this is, even though we're talking about climate change, this program was primarily focused on heat. We know heat is an urgency, and we know the bridge that we have between the communities and the health system. Our frontline health workers are overburdened. And to address that, we came up with Climate Care Champions program, which was launched at COP28 by Swasti and the Global Consortium on Climate and Health Education. So how we started is we did an internal pilot with the Swasti communities in 2024. Based on the learnings of that pilot, we made some changes into the program, and then we were able to scale it up in 2025 in the entire district of Anantapur. And this year, in 2026, we've been able to start with our 3-arm study in the districts of Anantapur, Bapatla, and Guntur to understand which method or which approach for capacity building works, capacity building of FLWs works best. So this primarily has 4 pillars. The first is capacity building. We do it through the training of trainers model. It is done at the PHC level. We experts train the selected FLWs, and then those FLWs go and train the remaining of the health cadre in their respective PHCs. Then another important aspect of this program is the knowledge transfer, from where we transfer the knowledge from doctors, clinicians, physicians to the frontline. Then this year we've also launched the digital decision support, which is our Swasti AI Sathi chatbot, where it is able to provide real-time support to the FLWs on the field. And then some system strengthening components like the heat action plan, which is rooted in health and special focus on heat-related illnesses reporting, with the idea of including all the heat-related illnesses into the surveillance. So these are some, these two pictures will not do justice for all the work that the experts and the FLWs have put in, but it is based on just what the idea of showing these pictures was that it is based on adult learning principles. There are a lot of activities that happen. It is not the regular lecture mode. So if you can see that we did one of the activities where they had to identify symptoms, severe and moderate symptoms for each of the vulnerable population. Now comes the Swasti AI Sathi chatbot, where just one screenshot from the chatbot for your reference over here, where the information that the chatbot, we fed into the chatbot is vetted by clinicians. We're also trying to introduce some referral pathways there where they get to know if it's an emergency situation where they can refer to. So the chatbot is available to them in their local languages, in their hands at all times. Then comes our Anantapur district heat action plan, which was rooted in health and not, so it was lying with the health department and not the disaster management department. That's the other thing. So here, the most important thing are some results, because we did do a mixed method endline for this program in the district of Anantapur, where we saw these results, where the worker heat and health knowledge increased from 26 to 93%, and knowledge on heat index increased from 2 to 94%. Exposed households scored 15 points higher on knowledge, 96% increased water intake, and unprepared households halved. One Asha even told us, now that I know what to do first, I don't get scared. Here are some suggestions that we've written on the slide about where the governments can come in and where the medical institutions can come in, how focusing on the climate and health related education becomes crucial. Now, moving on from here, now that we've spoken about frontline implementation, it's important that we also speak about data. We have Nikhilesh with us. Nikhilesh is Manager GIS and Data Intelligence at Catalyst X. He leads the geospatial intelligence and data-driven solutions across public health, climate resilience, and agriculture. Over to you, Nikhilesh.
Thanks, Vedika. So hi, I'm Nikhilesh. As Vedika mentioned, I'm a part of Catalyst X. So we are a bunch of data engineers, data scientists, and GIS folks who work to solve societal issues that we are seeing day to day in our country, and mostly help the government in solving the problem on like what they can do with the data and how they can take actions on them. To begin with, like we all know, like things move from data to decisions. Every one of us mostly work with a lot of data, we do a lot of analysis, we do write a lot of papers, but still when there is an outbreak, we are kind of clueless or helpless, and most of the time we don't know why this happens, right? So it's important to understand and track like what happens from the data till the decisions, and I think the bridge is something that will be very crucial to kind of solve this problem as well. Also, like I can just say, like the government has a lot of data. It's not like they have any issue with any of the current situation or current system that they have, but it's mostly like what happens next is something that mostly bothers the entire things, right? So there are multiple sources of data that the current government or the system is sitting on, and the next thing is like I would highlight is like there is a disconnection between these data systems. So basically you have multiple things sitting in different departments. They are in their own silos, and basically they are not talking to each other. And that's the reason you can say there is no clear decision pathways as well, which is coming out of it. So this is a major bottleneck that we are seeing, rather than like what we usually highlight as like the bottleneck is lack of data. But it indeed is the disconnection between the data sources as well as the not a clear pathway that has been defined as well. If I would like to break down the anatomy of the early warning system. So early warning system is something that mostly the government or the system would like to look into. But if we see, like, we have multiple things like the data layers, the risk intelligence, the decision support that each of the government will be getting into, something like a action orchestration, as well as the government and feedback. So one thing you can see here is like data is not just a single part of it, right? So even the governance feedback or the decision support system is something that will kind of bring everything together, and it makes a very efficient early warning system. So every time when we look things in a very siloed way, we end up not finding a solution. Rather, we can see all these things come together, then only finally we'll have a proper system in place which will give you an efficient and effective solution. So again, the data layers which I'm talking about, you see like we have multiple data that's coming in. So the health department or the specific department that is looking for any solution will be sitting on a bunch of data. Then we have multiple source of data coming in for the climate and as well as the weather, because right now that is one of the thing that everyone is running behind. Then again, GIS is something where a lot of insights and intelligence is also coming in, because most of the time we miss out the picture when we are just looking in the thing just from a non-spatial data point of view as well. And then the community is one of the major inclusion of this data layer, because they are the one who are actually facing the issue, and they are the one who are supposed to actually tell us what they are facing as well. And other things like the demography, the environmental indicators and all, like, is kind of an add-on which will give you more efficient outcomes as well for your system that you're trying to build. And when you have all this data set and the source mapped in, we can actually see the tools complement each other's, like whatever the existing system the government has right now. So say for example, after using all this data set, we can come up with something in a very innovative way of predicting something, like what can happen in the future based on the current data that you have. And you can kind of start doing some vulnerability mapping as well, based on like spatially you can start seeing which are the pockets that are actually seeing these issues. And then a lot of things such as event-based surveillance, because when you're talking about a geography, the main issue is that we kind of restrict ourselves to an administrative boundary, and we tend to ignore something that's coming outside the boundary as well. So something like an event-based surveillance where you actually get data from the news articles and all, which doesn't have any boundary, where you can explore things out there, outside your boundary, outside your country, anywhere, so that this comes in as an intelligence as well. And other things as like a wastewater surveillance, participative surveillance, intelligence communication, all these things kind of start complementing the government system which they already have. So data becomes decision in basically a very easy way. That's what we are trying to show here. So basically when you join all these sources of data, when you kind of combine all this data from different sources, and kind of build a risk model on the top of it, which will tell like, bring in all this data, like make sense of the data, which is not happening right now, where one department is only seeing one data set right now, right? So when this kind of modeling has happened, then you can actually come up with some output where the people or the government can start take actions. So these things sounds very good when you're talking about the concepts, but in reality also we try to prove the thing that we can actually go into that direction as well. So to begin with, I'll start with the Tamil Nadu scrub typhus early warning system that we are building with the government of Tamil Nadu as well. So it is one of the first state to adopt a EWS thing with respect to the climate and health. So a few numbers just to prove like how things are going well, but still like I would like to highlight a few things like, after having this system in place, the department is able to send fortnightly alerts to the different stakeholders, different people who are working for the benefit of health. And again, you can see because of that, people are able to take actions such as like control over the mites and all, because scrub typhus is a disease which is related to mites. And again, like there is restrict actions that is happening every week, so that like based on the dashboard that they're seeing, they are able to take decisions, like where are the people needs to be deployed, where are the different medicines needs to be stocked up. All these kind of things is something that the government is able to take decisions on. Moving on, we have something at a Meghalaya level as well, where it is like beyond one disease, it's like a One Health component that we build in, where we combine different department itself, like maybe like it is like a health department, animal department, and other like environmental departments who are coming in together, sharing their data to give some insights on like what kind of outbreak they can see in the future. So something like at a 15 days window, they are able to see if there is any outbreak of any specific disease of concern of the state as well. And you can see again, one of the good example I have highlighted here. So Mausinram was one of the block where the IDSP was not reporting it as an high risk zone, but our model mapped it as high risk zone. And when we went onto the field, we realized, okay, they didn't have scrub typhus testing tools so that they can, testing kits so that they can test it and report it to the IDSP. But we saw they have been having symptoms and all this fever issues in the block, and that has been already mapped as well. And again, tobacco is one of the example where one department or system doesn't need an AI to just make up a system. This is basically bringing in all different departments' data together and kind of ensure that they can take decisions on top of it. So they understand one department's data is actually crucial for other departments' actions as well. So the hard part is something that where the action is supposed to be taken on whatever decision tree that you're building on. And this is how the 5 protocol that will be helpful for the government when they are taking any steps going forward. So yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Niklesh. We have now seen the frontline and the data. Now, building climate resilient health systems may take more hands. Research, government, academia, community, and that is exactly who joins us now. As our panelists take the stage, let me introduce each one of them. Representing the research lens, we have Dr. Indu Murthy, Principal Research Scientist and Head of the Climate, Environment and Sustainability Sector at the Center for Study of Science, Technology and Policy. She spent over 2 decades as a scientist at the Indian Institute of Science. She's an expert reviewer for the UNFCCC's Greenhouse Gas Inventory process, a member of NITI Aayog's working group on India's net zero pathways, and an author for the IPCC also. Welcome, Dr. Murthy. Representing the government and health system lens, we have Dr. Sandeep Thakkar here from Natural Resource Defense Council, a medical doctor with an MD in community medicine from CMC Vellore. He brings over 7 years at the Climate Environment Health Interface, Air Pollution, Extreme Heat, Children's Environment Health, and has led initiatives at UNICEF India, including Healthy Environment for Healthy Children program. Welcome, Dr. Thakkar. Representing the academic lens, we have Dr. Arvind, professor at the Department of Epidemiology at NIMHANS, with his MBBS and MD in community medicine from MS Ramaiah Medical College. His work spans community health practice, research and teaching, with special focus on urban health, occupational health, and youth mental health. Welcome, Dr. Arvind. Now, representing the community lens, we have Dr. Shovik Pine from Restless Development, whose work spans adolescent health, sexual and reproductive health and rights, mental health, and the intersection of climate change with young people's well-being. He chairs Common Health, a multi-state grassroots coalition, and he is one of the co-creators of the film that opened our session. Welcome, Dr. Pine. And to steer this conversation, our moderator, Professor Dr. Sudha Chandrasekhar, CEO at Swasti. Dr. Sudha is a public health physician, health system expert with over 24 years across academia, government research, and health policy. A first rank holder at community medicine from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, with advanced training at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and she has held leadership roles with the National Health Authority, Government of Karnataka, and the World Bank. Welcome, Dr. Sudha. Over to you.
Thank you, Vedika, and thanks to all the panelists for joining us today. I think a lot of context has been set during the initial presentation and the film, what we thought from the community perspective. I'll now straight jump to the policy perspective, because all this information, data, and whatever we are getting out of these research, how do we make sure that the policy makers use them and see the health implications? Because there's a lot of data on climate, but how do they link data and climate? So I will request Dr. Indu to suggest from the lot of research that C-STEP does nationally. So where do we see the best fit, and how do we move that needle from evidence to policy?
Thank you, Sudha. Very good afternoon to everyone. And so I think one of the clear examples that came through the spotlight presentation is how are they translating data into evidence and then evidence into decision making. But then there is always this particular missing piece in the puzzle when you are working with systems. I wouldn't say one, I would think of two missing pieces in the puzzle. One of them is, how do you make this data relatable, right? I mean, you can have evidence, but then how do you make it relatable with respect to any sector that you're looking at? And health is very tricky because attribution becomes the biggest challenge. It's not a direct linear linkage, so which is what makes it extremely challenging. So that means to say that, while you're thinking about it from a health perspective, you need to be understanding and looking at all the other related aspects. So what do I mean by that? A clear example which all of us can relate to is nutrition. Now, health and nutrition is very clearly something that all of us understand. Now, how does this relate to climate change? It's the way it impacts crop productivity and even the quality of food that is produced because of a drought event or a flooding event. Now, given these indirect pathways that impact food security and health aspects, then you have an impact on the health as well. Now, can we make that visible? How do we talk about it? So that becomes the one single challenge. The other is to do with the capacities within the systems also. Now, while we are focused on generating data, we also need to be equally focused on how do we build capacity within the health system to interpret the data and to act on it. Now, acting on it, again, the solutions are very different. And given that climate is so uncertain, the challenges are new. Every year, there are new normals that are being created. So obviously, we think we are prepared, but the nature is actually throwing us new surprises. So the system also has to be very nimble in the way it is able to understand. So that means to say, there needs to be a constant communication channel between these various different people who work in the system, whether it is the research, whether it is a decision or a policy maker, or whether it is the healthcare workers, the last mile that we are talking about. So given that, there is a lot that needs to be done when we are trying to connect the puzzle, which is what would translate data into decisions and ultimately policies.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll come back for another round if we have time, but then definitely yes. We'd also look at how it specifically links it to some states are active. As you said, Tamil Nadu is way ahead and taking it forward, but there are some states who are still thinking of how to do it or doing it in a smaller way. So I think there needs to be more lessons, especially for the Karnataka, because you're based here and we could look at how to move that in our state. Now, looking at from the state perspective or from a research perspective, I would like to move to Dr. Sandeep. Since National Resource Defense Council is a well-established organization in the USA and doing a lot of work on climate, and now you've opened up a new chapter within India with your country head here. So where do you think the national priorities to be strengthened than like as a one-off response to a more institutionalized mechanisms for linking climate and health preparedness? So, over to you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invite. And Belgaum is where I started my medical journey, so it's good to be back over here. When I started my MBBS, I didn't think of climate. There was no climate change in any of the textbooks that we had. I'll come to this later and link it how priorities are also set up. one thing which I would like to say is within the health systems, there are multiple challenges. Ma'am talked about nutrition, we have reproductive, tobacco, TB, HIV. The first thing that NCDC and partners like NRDC are doing is trying to generate enough evidence, local evidence, that shows that climate is also a priority for the health sector. And climate is not something which is just temperature or agriculture, but it's a health impact as well. So the research that comes in helps in setting climate change as a priority within health sector. The second thing that we are trying to do is define and showcase solutions, because without solutions, like you mentioned about the heat action plan, or without solutions to protect people indoors or outdoors, just telling about a problem won't get many buyers. So that's the second part. The third part is there is also a broader agenda on climate change where health is also not a priority. So that's something which also we are working on, and I think everyone in this room also can contribute to that. For the national program or the national priorities, I would say, as you rightly mentioned, capacity building of the healthcare workers, because when you don't read about climate change in your UG, PG, or when you practice, you have limited capacity. I know how to treat dehydration, but I don't know how to link it to heat, then it won't help. So we need that capacity building, or that not from 0 to 100, but probably from 50 to 100, because everyone is already dealing with it and doing something. So that's one part. The second part is, we heard in one of the videos, there is heat, but what can I do about it? So public or community engagement, so that communities feel empowered that these are the solutions that they can implement at their own level and within their broader community. The third is preparing health systems. Our health systems also are designed to treat emergencies or to treat maternal child health better. But what about a heat stroke case? If we only think that giving paracetamol or giving IV fluid will resolve a heat stroke case, that is not the point. So making sure that the health facilities have those cooling, immersive cooling technologies. I would just like to share an anecdote. 2 years back, I went to Jaipur, Rajasthan, one of the hottest states. And then for heat stroke, we talked about a bathtub or an inflatable tub, so that you can put ice and water and cool the person rapidly. And in a state like Rajasthan, it was like, you want us to have a tub in the hospital? And then next year, all over the media, there was this RML photo with 2 bathtubs and then ice making machine and everything. So it takes time, but we need to get our health systems prepared for that. And the fourth action is intersectoral coordination, because health alone cannot do anything or everything. We need to work together. So that's where also we are working with our renewable energy team or the clean transport team, and health ministry is working with different ministries, so that those health co-benefits are also recognized, they are scaled up, and we close the tap and not only mop the floor, like my colleague reminded me yesterday. So I would stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think picking up from where Dr. Sandeep left, Dr. Arvind, there's been like many times when we feel that, you know, when we are advertising for some positions, because we are working in multiple states on climate. So the competency of public health people or even clinicians with a climate background or a climate health expert is currently not available very easily, right? We have to really do a lot to train them and get them into that sensitization mode. So what can medical colleges do? Because now, since a lot of funding, a lot of initiative, prioritization of climate is happening. So how can we make our public health professionals climate competent ready to take it, to take more serious roles in the climate action?
Thank you, madam. And And I would like to answer this question from the, before that I would like to set the context. So my suggestions for what medical colleges can do is largely based on experience from Karnataka, and I would like to place district as a unit for me to think, and this can be scaled at state level or national level in different permutations and combinations. And my suggestion is more in terms of heat and health rather than various other climate related hazards. I have some 5 suggestions of what medical colleges can do. As you rightly told, we lack knowledge and skill when it comes to tackling climate change and health. So definitely there is a need for some curriculum on climate change and health, both in undergraduate and postgraduate courses, more so for MD community medicine. But with this background, what I feel is it's more practical experience at the ground level along with this theoretical background is what is going to make a resource more useful when they are into the field. So in that context, the first thing I would like to say is training is one component that is largely missing, is what I felt, because in Karnataka we have seen that we have identified few districts, and in those few districts the taluka hospitals and district hospitals are trained. What is training there is the doctors, non-clinical staff members have been trained on how to handle a case related to heat-related illnesses. So the training is within those compounds. So it is not extended beyond that. Like for example, ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers. So it can go into the community. So this is one area where medical colleges can seriously think and take the training into the community. Second thing is, this is basically I'm just placing this in order based on the guidelines by National Program for Climate Change and Health. We have a very good guideline of what has to be done when it comes to management of heat-related illnesses. So training is one essential component. Second thing is information, education, communication. So behavioral change communication, it's very simple, and we feel that it is too much talked about, so not much of importance is given to it. But unfortunately, when we look at heat and mental health, there's very limited health education activities that are being undertaken, which are more scientific and culturally rooted, because we saw here different terrain, different context, and different ways of experiencing heat. So in that context, we have to be very culturally rooted and more scientific. It's not just some pamphlets or poster that is given and just a talk that is made. So we need to evolve that. So I think medical colleges, Department of Community Medicine have a very important role there in terms of developing, implementing, evaluating, and then suggesting it for scale up across the state. So that's the second component. Third component is surveillance. So we talked about surveillance in the presentation, and surveillance is there, it is not there also. So what I feel is we have a reporting of cases and we have a portal to report that also, but to what extent this reporting is robust, data is correct, and how they are being used. So there is a lacuna in that part. So I think whole of the Department of Community Medicine can play a very significant role in ensuring surveillance, working along with the district team, setting up a surveillance system pertaining to heat-related illnesses, and scope can get extended to include other climate change, other climate-related hazards as well. So surveillance is one important. And the fourth important thing is research. I think community medicine department and medical colleges with such a huge strength of students, we can focus on several research topics pertaining to climate change and health. Unfortunately, what I see is when we talk about climate change and health, we only think of heat stroke, death due to heat. So I feel we are just representing tip of the iceberg. Because I am from Nimans, I may be biased, but I strongly feel with all the logic that mental health issues are maybe 10x, 100x, and 100x times more when compared to the physical health hazards. So we are not documenting this, we are not talking about this. So we are not looking into the larger social impacts of this and how it affects the mental health. So I think research is one important area where short-term student research projects or PG students or faculty themselves can write for grants and then take up the research work. And finally, what I feel is our community medicine departments can work with the districts to monitor the preparedness level and where are the gaps and how we can improve it. So we have developed a checklist which is very systematic and quantitative. So we can go and see what is the level of preparedness of the facility, where are the gaps, so and how to fill those gaps. So we can work with the district team and fill up those gaps. And at the end, the last point which I would like to suggest is the poor data management practices that we have. Every season we record cases. So in the register we have cases. But how those cases are used, how the data is analyzed, after the heat season, what are we doing with the data? Have we had any discussion on what is the learnings from those case management? So all of those are presently absent. So I think the medical colleges can work with the district team in terms of helping them in data management and utilizing the data for action within their own institutes or settings. So I think broadly if we can focus on this, medical colleges can contribute significantly.
Thank you. I think it is really something which needs to be done, and we would look forward to more dissertations, more community medicine HOD guides and staff giving or supporting research on climate and health impacts in the coming days. And since our CATCH president is here, I would also request that we should set up a webinar on climate and health, and we will definitely try and support in the way we can, but make sure that that is something beyond, as a specific activity within our CATCH in days to come. So he has given a thumbs up, so we hope that we'll follow up and get that sorted. Yeah. So moving from what Dr. Arvind was saying about how do we connect it with the community, right? From not only from the medical college, working in their field practice areas or working in their districts. I think what your film, I think it was an excellent representation of the issues that from the young voice that we see. How do we strengthen community-led approaches for climate and health? Because one is perspective of the youngsters, but how do we involve them? How do we make sure that they take on a much more active role in response to the issues that they are facing?
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sudha, for the question, and thank you for CATCH for. Sorry. Yeah. I guess I'm audible now. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sudha, for the question, and thank you, CATCH, for creating this kind of a platform within a medical setup discussing about climate change and the impact of health, and Swasti definitely partnering on this initiative. So from my vantage point of working in the youth development space for almost a decade, and especially with this engagement where we looked into perspectives not only from young people from different lived realities or typological contexts, but also with experts who have been working in this space for long. That oftentimes in most spaces, especially in policy making spaces, young people are looked as more of sources of information, where they're involved mostly in some consultative processes and that's it. I think this is where a fundamental shift needs to happen. The policy architecture in itself needs to create spaces where community voices needs to be foregrounded. And for an issue like climate change, which as rightly pointed out by Dr. Indu, that it keeps throwing new things as we move forward. Like I can recollect one of the young people speaking from the tribal typology from HD Kote. So she was sharing that they have a lot of traditional knowledge passed down from their ancestors to deal with many things. But heat is definitely not one of them. So they are definitely pretty clueless about it. So since it's an evolving issue, we need perspectives from people who are at the forefront experiencing it the most. So their active, dynamic engagement in policy-making processes needs to be done. I know that the climate governance or heat governance architectures are also at many spaces fragmented. There's no clear ownership of one department. And I think Dr. Sandeep, you made a very strong point about this multi-stakeholder collaboration. Also making a quick reference that, say, fisheries, the Department of Fisheries, while we were working with fisher folk communities from Honavar, they were referring to, they have a very narrow focus on only the economic aspects of it, and not really delving into the health aspects of it. And it's also maybe the prerogative of the health department to make those outreach, maybe to the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Ministry of Fisheries, to connect all of these perspectives and create a platform where young people and community voices can, in a systemic way, integrate it. So I think that is the first part of it. Then I think there are also, within the health infrastructure, many processes can be created. We know of something called Rogi Kalyan Samitis, or which health institutions themselves have community voices to run. Given that heat or climate change issues are also perceived very differently, and the infrastructural needs and the solutions would also vary from space to space. Those hyper-local solutions, which are culturally rooted, needs to come from the communities and instituted, rather than a very top-level decision-making and kind of one-size-fits-all solution. I think these are two very important aspects to look into. And from a perspective of young people, they are also can take a lot of ownership. So their leadership can also be very well channelized. They can be the peer leaders promoting a lot of health messaging, how we are thinking of frontline health workers. We know that on many other health issues, or say in adolescent health programming, sometimes we have peer leaders working on ground, making peer-to-peer communication, which oftentimes brings a lot of relativity in terms of the issues they are facing. So I guess a few of these elements are definitely needed to strengthen the community voices. And again, like just reiterating that, which was also in the film, that it is just a risk multiplier, it's a multi-dimensional issue. So it cannot be only the responsibility of the health institution, but given a lot of impact comes through the health institution space, and also referring to Dr. Arvind's point that the mental health issues, the acknowledgement of the issues which are also happening are also not well documented. So the research also needs to inform these priorities. Then the priorities will push certain policy action to happen. And when the policy action or the architecture of implementation is created, that's where I think young people's participation in a meaningful way should be well foregrounded to take things forward. So yeah, these are some thoughts I had. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just moving the discussion from this side on the stage to the other side. How many HODs are here right now? There's one from BMC, from Mysore. Anyone else? Yeah. So, okay, at least we have 2 medical colleges. So can we have some commitments and something that we can look forward to support and work with you on building this curriculum as part of PG programs, or, you know, if you can even introduce it as a PG seminars, simple ways you can start with, and PG dissertations and other things. So that is something we can move forward from the session, because the main reason of putting up the session was to bring more awareness among our own medical colleges. We have 65 of them in Karnataka. So I think this message has to reach out to every HOD and make sure that they take it forward. And my second request is, we do have young people. So there is a kind of a thing. So I would request, instead of one is moving, instead of an audience question, I would request one audience reflection on climate. Anyone who wants to stand up, because all of you are PGs from different medical colleges. Any PGs? Yeah, I'll first give the chance to the PGs, then if there are nobody who wants to stand up, we are looking for young voices, right? Anyone? That's why your problems don't get solved, right? The youngsters today, I think if I would have, maybe 20 years back, if I was that side, I would have really stood up. So that's, I think, something you need to really come up with and, share. Anything you want to share? Last call. Huh? Who? Okay, so from the PGs, we move to young faculties. Sir, over to you. Any faculties who want to come up?
Thank you for a wonderful discussion, madam. Firstly, I want to congratulate Souvik, Dr. Souvik Pane, also wonderful movie. So we have been actually doing, it's there since 2008, it's there in the UG curriculum, and we are doing seminars, activities. Just 2 days back, I had a session with one of the other NGO, discussed with the mechanisms, how it affects, and what are the implications, what we can do. So that we are doing and we'll continue to do, and I give a commitment from our Mysore Medical College, we'll continue to do it. Secondly, I think Dr. Arvind discussed what we can do, but I want to know from Dr. Sandeep's perspective, like what they need from a medical college, both action and research. Because we all know it is majority of the things, and still we want some connection, etiology, attribution, because it's really difficult, and still we want, because that is how people more believe in depth. But don't you think it is high time that we act, change our behavior as a community as a whole, and then we focus more on the interventions in the community so that people change their behaviors, so that we at least decrease. And if we are not there in next another 20 years or 30 or 40 years as a human being at all, then there's no point in doing all these things, right? So I think we need to focus more on behavioral change. So what is your stake on that, and what suggestions you want to give, so that from all of your perspectives?
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to add what Dr. Arvind mentioned. One point to that. Let's also start within our institutes. Are our institutes heat friendly? Are they flood resilient? Or is there, if a cyclone comes or something happens, are we ready? Can we do I saw a very good sign where the oral presentation was happening, that switch off the lights and things like that. Do we have that motion sensors, or do we have a structural or energy audit of our institute? Is there solar panel on the roof in this or in the parking space? Something which is very, for the size of a medical college, with the resources that are there, with the number of people that are there, and with the timeline in which it will become cost effective, I think medical colleges can start. Health also contributes around 5% of the greenhouse gas emissions. I think we can start that from our place. And health, when we start it in the health, people also see there's a high footfall, so it creates a ripple effect in the community as well. The second thing I would like to say, ma'am already talked about curriculum and all. That is one part of it. Curriculum is definitely there. The third part, I think, very important, and from a community medicine perspective, is implementation and operational research. We are hearing about this a lot. There are solutions that are being piloted, or there are solutions which are being, someone at Delhi thinks, okay, this is good, let's implement it. And we implement also. We put all efforts in implementing. Do they work? We need that feedback from medical colleges, from researchers. Is this working? Is this IEC enough for behavior change? Is that a poster enough, or how do we, within the Asha's limited time and hundreds of program, how do we make her life easier and try to do that kind of a behavior change? That's something which I think is a medical college or a school of public health can contribute towards. The other part, just one last point, is this is affecting every field in the medical college. If we can collaborate with others, medicine, obstetrics, pediatrics, try to bring out the impacts of climate change in these domains and try to fast the actions that are there, I think that would be a good point.
Thank you, and thanks to all the panelists for bringing the maximum their knowledge within 5 minutes. So I'm sure that we will have more opportunities to connect, and we'll try from our catch to connect a lot of more experts with the medical colleges as per their, schedules or whatever opportunities we get. Yeah, so I thank all the panelists for spending our time, and I request Vedika and Nikhilesh also to join us for the panel photo.
So thank you, Dr. Sudha ma'am, and all the esteemed panelists for this engaging and thought-provoking panel discussion. Now I invite Dr. Sudha ma'am to felicitate all the panelist speakers. Vedika Tikmani, Dr. Indu Murthy ma'am, Dr. Indu Murthy ma'am, Dr. Sandeep Thakkar, Dr. Arvind B.A., Mr. Sauvik Pine, Vedika ma'am, and Nikhilesh Unnikrishnan sir. Now I invite Dr. Girish and Rao sir to felicitate Dr. Sudha Chandrasekhar ma'am. We move on to the next session, session 9 on urban health livelihoods and community systems, reimagining healthy cities. Today's rapidly expanding cities bring unique public health challenges and opportunities. The session will once again be moderated by Dr. Sudha Chandrasekhar, CEO, Swati Health Catalyst. May I request Dr. Sudha Chandrasekhar to kindly take over the session, and I call upon the panelists, Dr. Akram,
Government of Karnataka, Mr. Anantakumar Srinivasa Iyer, HSTP, Dr. J.S. Bairalingaya, City Mission Manager, Mysuru, Swaroop N, KHPT, Mahesh Kumar B, Infosys Foundation, and Dr. Sham B. Sham, Swasti. We request the panelists to kindly stick on the time, onto the time, and if possible, squeeze in, because we have other sessions to come. And handing over to Ravneet.
Facing a little tech issue, bear with us. Good afternoon, everyone. As we begin the session titled Urban Health, Livelihoods and Community Systems, we invite you to reflect on the settled question that will guide our discussion today. How do we reimagine healthy cities? We will understand this through different lenses. This is how our 1 hour is going to look like, and we'll try to keep it on time as suggested by the hosts, as the organizers. So, this panel is centered on one guiding question. How do we imagine healthy cities? And we want to explore the urban health through multiple lenses: governance, partnerships, action research, to better understand what it takes to create healthier and resilient cities. Because as cities continue to grow, and they will, right, and at an unprecedented pace, health outcomes are increasingly shaped by factors which are beyond healthcare. And you might be wondering, like, this is a session on urban health, why are we talking about beyond healthcare? And that's exactly the perspective we want to leave you with once we move towards the end of the session. We'll begin with a spotlight presentation where we'll hear implementation insights and practical experiences from field on what Healthy City Initiative is teaching us. We'll move on to a panel discussion with our esteemed and distinguished panelists who will share their experiential reflections, and then we'll conclude with a launch of a blueprint report. It's my honor to invite Dr. Syama, who is a public health and evidence system leader with over 10 years of experience in primary healthcare, urban health, health system strengthening, climate health, and health equity. With a clinical background and expertise in implementation research and knowledge translation, she works with programs and institutions to generate actionable evidence and translate them into better decisions and responsive solutions for vulnerable communities. She will be presenting Swasti's Bhopal Healthy City Initiative. Thank you, Dr. Syama, for joining us.
Thank you, Ravneet. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try and use my time to answer just one question honestly. What does it take to actually build a city-wide approach to health and well-being for the people our cities mostly miss, right? Informal workers, migrants, low-income communities, etc. So I'm going to try and answer it through one city's journey, Bhopal, which Swasti had the opportunity to walk along with our partners from HSTP, NHM, Madhya Pradesh, and the district administration. And when this session ends today, we would have had the opportunity to launch the Healthy City Blueprint in front of the esteemed community of community health practitioners. This is just a premise in which this is set. So by 2036, over 40% of the entire population, including us, we would be living in cities, right? Now, this is something that we always hear that burden of diseases in these cities is not equally distributed, right? It is not safe to assume that the populations that are most vulnerable have equal access to healthcare just like we do. So what are some of the challenges that we usually see happening to them? We always hear about the dual burden of disease. Now, think about what our fellow panelists from earlier session was talking about and how the existing challenges gets compounded by migration and extreme weather events that affect their health and well-being on a day-to-day basis, right? And some of these most vulnerable, like informal workers, migrants, etc., just because there is proximity to services, which is an assumption that we always hear, right? Like if you are in an urban setting compared to a rural setting, you always have access to healthcare. But that is not enough because it is about the conditions that produce health, risk, and resilience for them. And these are most always sitting outside health, and that is what we call today as social and commercial determinants of health, right? Is this just theory? Absolutely not. Swasti has about 2 decades of experience implementing comprehensive primary healthcare models across our urban slums, urban poor, and factory settings. And one thing that this experience has taught us is that what is the limit? The limit is that delivering services, however well, cannot move population well-being alone. The city has to come together as a unified machinery. It has to produce health. So what does it look like? So what does it look like when a city decides to produce health? Is it a project? Absolutely not. It becomes an operating system in itself, right? So how did we begin? This is a use case of what we did in Bhopal as part of the Bhopal Healthy City initiative. We started with one vision where we introduced or we sort of formulated a white paper, which was a citizen-built vision of Bhopal, not something that we created for them. It was co-written with them. Then what happened is that a task force was convened under the leadership of the Honorable District Collector. Now, I want to emphasize on this a little bit because this was not done with the health department, not the CMHO, right? Because there was a very clear understanding that most determinants are sitting outside health. Therefore, the convener must sit above these departments. Therefore, a task force was constituted with 35 plus members across government, academia, industry, civil societies, etc. Then came the measurement arc. We identified approximately 50 indicators across 5 themes that were priority to the city. The 5 themes were water, sanitation, food, environment, individual, and family health. More details on that will come later. Then in 2023, Bhopal's first consolidated picture of its own health emerged with the first of its kind status report. The synthesis of all of these 4 arcs led to the genesis of the roadmap, 5 results, 12 priority actions, and a web-based GIS dashboard. One thing to note here is that this was not a catalog of departmental schemes. It was a synchronization of collective action across multi-agencies. This is the operational framework for the Healthy City. The most important point here is that healthy citizens, while they sit at the center, the determinants around them are not controlled by the health department alone, right? Food, water, sanitation, environment, and health services, each ring is somebody else's mandate, but then they all come together for coordinated action because without that, the city cannot produce health. So when Bhopal, so this is about, the next 2 slides are about what did we actually see as part of the consultations and all of the baseline and everything that we did. So when Bhopal went to set its baseline, current data existed only for 22 indicators out of the 50 that we had identified, and almost none of them was disaggregated below the city level, right? This was not while this may look like it is a critical crisis situation, the city treated this as an opportunity because the first thing the Healthy City discovered is what it did not know. And it was an opportunity for the city to reinvent and restructure itself better. This is particularly important for the vulnerable groups like informal workers, migrants, etc., because who live in settlements that the city can't see, who are missed by the public health systems like HMIS because they seek care elsewhere because they do not have access to documentation, therefore they don't have the right kind of documents to access these facilities, vanish absolutely when the data is not disaggregated, right? So what is the corrective action then? Is it one more survey? Absolutely not, because surveys have an expiry date. It was a governance change, a standing task force that owned the data agenda, examined it repeatedly, and acted on it periodically. Why is the healthy city approach useful in this case? Is because it allows us to design for these realities instead of treating them as exceptions. Now came the delivery layer. While seeing people is not the same as reaching them, right? Understanding that this is where the population stands is great, but then how are you going to do it? This was lesson number 2 for us. The city already had hands, right? A healthy city is not implemented at its people. It's run through the institutions that communities already have. So ward communities as a formal citizen platform, RWA, which were already running solid waste campaigns, health awareness, mobilizing communities, etc. And also the CBOs with their trusted reach with across communities, they were already doing their bit long before the term healthy city even existed, right? Something similar in South Indian states, especially states like Karnataka, an equivalent layer would be the NULMs, SHG, and community card structures, as you would hear from some of my panelists in the conversation that follows. So we had to synthesize this, and in the synthesis, what we saw was that there are about 5 ingredients to make a citywide approach work. Number 1, see everyone in the data, because out of sight, out of mind. Number 2, convene above the departments. Make sure that the task force is convened by district collector or a district commissioner, because power is power, right? 3, deliver where life happens, not in rooms like this. We can have conversations, but delivery has to happen on the ground. 4, link health to livelihoods. I think this is very important because we have to start walking the talk of comprehensive primary healthcare and stop treating health as something that is distinctly different from social protection or access to livelihoods. Because if we are talking about well-being, then all of them have a role to play, right? 5, and most important, because I'm also an evidence person, I'm going to reiterate on this. One measurement is never enough. We need to constantly understand what is happening at our cities, and therefore we measure it again and again through an accepted framework, and then adapt continuously. And let me reiterate one thing, none of this needs a new machinery. The machineries already exist. All of these things exist today. We just have to be able to redirect this existing machinery towards health and well-being. So the value of this case study is not that every city should copy each action. The value is sort of like, the planning grammar, right? Like, so there is a pathway, or like there is a process that Bhopal followed, and that is something that can be definitely replicable. But then what are some of the thematic areas that is relevant to a state like Bangalore or Kolar for that matter, right? That is something that the city administration along with the task force will have to decide, which brings me to why today matters, because everything I've described here, like, the vision, task force, indicators, plan, we've turned it into an artifact, the Healthy City Blueprint, which Swasti and HSTP will launch towards the end of the panel so that no city has to start from scratch. I'm going to leave all of you with this one thought. This is from the WHO Healthy Cities Framework. What we did, or what we tried to do in Bhopal, was that we were conscious of health and striving, right? And that is exactly what the task force and indicator model operationalizes. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to showcase our work. Thank you. What do you reckon?
Thank you, Dr. Syama, for your thoughts on this important work. Now I thank the distinguished dignitaries who've taken out their precious time and joined us today to discuss on an important topic. Before we begin, it's my privilege to introduce our moderator, Dr. Sudha. Dr. Sudha Chandrasekhar is a public health physician, urban health leader, and health systems expert with over 24 years of experience spanning academia, government research, and health policy, and leadership roles with the state and the national governments, along with the World Bank and other DFIDs. She currently serves as CEO of Swasti, where she leads initiatives to reimagine equitable, resilient, and exclusive health systems, including innovative approaches to urban health and well-being. Welcome, Dr. Sudha. I'm delighted to invite Dr. Akram Pasha to the stage, who stands as a pivotal architect of modern public health in Karnataka, driving the critical evolution of urban healthcare infrastructure to protect millions of lives across rapidly growing metropolitan landscapes. As the Deputy Director of Urban Health, he acts as the vital bridge between high-level government policy and grassroots medical delivery, fundamentally reimagining how cities care for their most vulnerable populations. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to introduce Dr. Ananta Kumar Srinivasaiah, who is a distinguished public health leader with over 15 years of experience spanning healthcare delivery, health system research, policy, and implementation. During his tenure as senior consultant in NHRC, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, he played a pivotal role in advancing CPHC care and strengthening health system processes. Currently at Health System Transformation Platform, HSTP, as team lead, he continues to influence India's health systems transformation by generating evidence, informing policy, and supporting innovations. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Also join me to invite Dr. Jayas Beralingaya, who is a seasoned urban development and community systems leader. As city mission manager with Mysuru City Corporation, he has been instrumental in translating national urban poverty alleviation strategies into impactful city-level action. His expertise spans strengthening self-help group ecosystems, promoting sustainable livelihoods, empowering street vendors through formalization and social security. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. I also welcome Dr. Swaroop N, who is a physician, public health specialist, and a strategic health system leader with over 15 years of experience in designing and scaling transformative primary healthcare programs across India. As thematic lead NCDs and a member of Strategic Initiatives Group at the Karnataka Health Promotion Trust, KHPT, he provides strategic leadership in health system strengthening, program innovation, donor engagement, and policy translation. He combines his clinical experience with implementation science to pioneer scalable models in comprehensive primary healthcare. Warm welcome, sir. I also invite Mahesh Kumar, sir, who is a purpose-driven leader whose career uniquely bridges world-class engineering excellence with transformative social impact. He began his career, beginning his professional journey at Infosys as a primary aircraft structural engineer, guided by a strong commitment to nation building. He transitioned from engineering to development. He went on to lead large-scale sustainability projects, and today, as program manager at Infosys Foundation, he superheads health, DCA, CSR, volunteering, and disaster relief initiatives across the country. With over 18 years of experience, multidisciplinary spanning engineering, public systems, sustainability, and philanthropy, he's recognized in building high-impact partnership. A very welcome, sir. I also request Dr. Syama to be on stage to join us for the panel discussion. Hand over to Dr. Sudha to begin the discussions.
Thank you, Ravneet, and thanks to all the panelists for joining. And I'm sure we'll make this panel very applied, I would say, because what we saw in the beginning was, again, not just a presentation, but actually over 2 years, whatever that has been done in a city and how replicable it is. And we are now working with the support of Infosys Foundation on another city with Mysore, and we have my co-panelist working on Bangalore. So it's not that, it's no more a theoretical framework. That's what I would like to start with. And Dr. Anant, as we are working in the 4 UPHCs as in your project in Mysore, I think one of the things that has been done is Mysore Urban Primary Healthcare Center is the first in the state to digitize the process, to start digitizing the urban primary healthcare patient journeys and other aspects. So how can urban UPHCs with digital tools, with outreach, because you also have an outreach component in working closely with the government machinery which is being run. I think it is very important for us to understand how those kind of aspects are implemented in the UPHC setup. I'm starting first with you so that you get a context, and I would like to next ask Dr. Akram to expand more on the urban primary care work that Karnataka is doing.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sudha, and also thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel. We all know that digital health is getting its full attention, both at the ministry level and by the state departments. And all the portals have been now revamped to get all the portals to be ABDM compliant. So that's at the macro level. We are helping all those efforts at the micro level by ensuring its correct usage. So we have through our Samagra initiative, the name that we call for our Mysuru-based urban health system strengthening initiative is Samagra, so which means holistic. So we provide support to the government of Karnataka, Department of Health, with our data assistants placed in each UPHC. So we have our assistants who sit at the UPHC, issue the Abha card and PMJ as part of the outpatient setting. Pre-consultation, before the outpatient gets the consultation from the doctor. And complementing that, we also have outreach-based campaigns, and we identify areas where there is poor coverage of ABHA and poor coverage of PMJ, and we try to get as many individuals and families onto the PMJ system and the ABHA card. So we kind of complement what the government actually envisions as far as ABDM compliance is concerned. And then as part of the very ABHA and PMJ issue process, when a referral happens, the MO actually gives that information immediately to the data assistant, and that referral information is uploaded onto the 91 Cares app. So that I would say is the crossroads point for us. Because yesterday in the last panel, we heard about Karnataka coming up with a more comprehensive EHR-based platform, and it is expected that the medical officers use it real time for its, for their clinical care decision making and public health decision making when they do the reviews. So now, I would say that to this extent of getting the MOs to really use that referral information and update that referral information to the 91 Cares app itself is a positive thing, because it's actually getting them to think about the utility of the digital platforms. But still we have a long way to go. Ideally, the EHR has to be used real time for the clinical decision making and public health decision making. So going forward, the efforts will be towards getting the MOs to understand why the digital health initiatives are important, and that it's not burdensome. It actually doesn't add more burden to them, but rather it will help them to make their work much easier and focus more on the clinical care. And that's the efforts, and towards that, the HSTP is actually also prepared towards being part of the government's initiatives to augment all the digital health initiatives. So this as far as digital health is concerned. And apart from the digital health, Samagra also is involved in the comprehensive primary healthcare in the other perspectives. The other value addition of Samagra is the enhancement of quality and the coordination that actually has to happen at the grassroots level. The whole focus, the principle, the understanding is that the grassroots level systems have to be in place, make them as much self-reliant as possible, really without having to rely on the higher level resource support, and that's the idea. So how we are doing it is that we are trying to improve coordination as much as possible between different departments at the user level. So like for example, if I have to take some examples, so we have our Anganwadi center-based nutrition education activities. So we make sure, the HSTP makes sure that the Anganwadi center-based nutrition education happens with the full coordination of Department of Health officials, health personnel, and the Anganwadi center staff. And in terms of quality, all the aspects which have to be told as part of nutrition education, both from a health perspective and from a nutrition perspective by the team of Anganwadi centers and health department field personnel happens as part of the nutrition education. The other activity that I can actually give is the UHND. So UHND also is a common platform and a very important platform for converging all the outreach-based activities into one platform and make sure that services are provided in a packaged way. So we are trying to improve the quality of that particular activity by again having a coordinated implementation of that activity, but bringing in all the field-based personnel at the UHND. So this, as far as, just to give 2 examples of how we are enhancing the quality and coordination at the very grassroots level processes. And the third front is the intersectoral convergence. So we all talk about convergence in big forums, and we all know that convergence is actually becomes more and more tougher if you rise the ladders more and more. It's very difficult to have the sectoral convergence at the ministry level, state level, district levels, but what is more feasible, what's actually could be possible is the grassroots level convergence, which is actually also meaningful and also very effective in terms of getting the services more useful to the communities. So how we do is the social capital understanding. So we have, even in the urban areas, of course in rural areas we have very established self-help groups, Mahila Arogya Samitis, VHSNC is active in rural areas. And since 2005, NHM has given good attention to rural healthcare system. Urban health is picking up, so we also have self-help groups in urban areas also. They have kind of become ubiquitous now. So it's important that we actually capitalize on those social capital that we have already now, and work with those self-help groups and see how they can contribute voluntarily in being part of the government efforts. So we are working with self-help groups, and we are actually having discourse with the self-help groups and Mahila Arogya Samitis, and trying to get across the understanding that yes, it is important that the grassroots level leadership has to be taken up, and these are the key platforms. And we also have been seeing some good positive change in terms of their involvement in healthcare activities. The good thing is that we have outliers, both on the positive extreme and on the negative extreme. The idea is to capitalize on those positive extremes, positive outliers, work with those highly active, highly willing self-help groups, and try to show the positive examples and see how the observational learning can actually further enhance the motivation among the other self-help groups and make this community movement, even in the cities, as a reality. So this is what we, in general, we do as far as our project is concerned.
Thanks, Anand, for giving the micro-urban health perspective. And to get the macro-urban health perspective on how National Urban Health Mission is evolving and how it has been, changing within the Karnataka, I would request our Deputy Director, Urban Health, Dr. Akram, to give the current situation and what are the new initiatives that are happening.
Thank you, Madam. First of all, I would like to thank our SDUMC and organizing committee to invite me for this opportunity to put forward my views regarding this urban health. So actually, as all of you know, that National Urban Health Mission has started in 2013. The Government of India has approved this May 1st, 2013. And the inauguration of NUHM, which is a submission of NHM, has happened in Bangalore, Karnataka. That's on 20th of January 2014. So as far as NUHM is concerned, now in Karnataka, in urban localities, we have UPHCs numbering 365, spreading all over the Karnataka. To about 80 ULBs are involved in these UPHCs. But totally we have 310 urban local bodies in Karnataka, and the population is around 3 crore 9 lakhs. This is as far as 2027 project population is concerned, we have it is 3 crore 9 lakhs. And because of this NUHM, with the support of PM Abhim program and 15th FC health grants, we could able to establish the smaller health units, smaller than UPSCs, which we call it as urban health and wellness centers. In Karnataka, we call it as Namma Clinic. So Namma Clinic, they cater to about 15 to 20,000 of population, urban population. So with these Namma clinics, we could able to reach 294 ULBs in Karnataka. And where very few ULBs, where the population is less than 10,000 or less than 9,000, there we don't have any our representation. Otherwise, any ULB which has got more than 10, 15,000 population, we have got minimum one Namma clinic in the urban area. So as all like rural component is concerned, whatever the networking we have got in rural PSCs, the same thing is there in urban PSCs. The difference is, in a rural area we have sub-center concept, where we have one CHO there to look after the OPD services and PSCO and related ASHA workers to move in the community for community-based services. But in urban health, we have 5 multipurpose workers, they will be attached to our UPSC, but there is no any designated urban center like that. Only we have given a population of 10,000 to the PHCO, Primary Health Care Officer, previously called as ANM. She will look after the 10,000 population. But still we have got shortage of UPSCs and PHCOs. Wherever the population, the UPSC is covering, if it is more than 50,000, because we have only 5 multipurpose workers. If the population is more than 50,000, there we have established Namma Clinic in bigger cities also. So that the Namma Clinic will have one multipurpose worker. The doctor will look after the facility-based services, and the multipurpose worker will look after the community-based services. Like that, now almost we have covered the entire population in Karnataka. And these facilities, as all you know, we are giving 12 package services, starting from reproductive and child health to all communicable diseases, NCD, and even now we have extended our services up to geriatric care, palliative care, and mental health, and even basic ENT services, ophthalmic services, and dental services. Now already we have started giving training to all medical officers and staff nurse and other faculties in the UPSCs and Namma Clinic regarding what we call it as EPS training, expanded package of services, where we include all these 12 package services. And apart from this, now our focus is on palliative and geriatric care. Because usually in urban areas, the awareness will be more compared to the rural areas, but there is one challenge with respect to the people, migratory population, and temporary settlements, and rag pickers. Definitely we have a challenge to reach out to those people. But as far as this pediatric and geriatric and palliative care is concerned, we have got more cases in urban localities, in an urban area. Now we are training our faculty to how to go and find out the people with geriatric and palliative care, list out the people, list out the cases was there in their 10,000 population, and where we'll be having some ASHAs also to support our PHCOs. After that, what we have asked is a medical officer should go with a staff nurse and PHCO to visit that house where the person is there who needs palliative care or having some very serious geriatric issues. And the doctor will examine and he see where it has been the patient has taken treatment from which facility and what are all the things to be done now as a palliative care. He will study and he will guide the staff nurse and the PHCO. Then afterwards, every month, at least once in every month, the field worker will visit that house. And we are also providing a package of things which are needed for the palliative care, like for catheterization, for some dressing, for bed sores, caring, or some sort of a basic physiotherapy. So now it is in the training level, and the budget we have already, it has been gone to our ULB level. Why we are giving budget ULB? Because, as we are discussing in the morning, see the ULB, now what they think is, our responsibility is trade licensing and to some extent waste management. But the ULB should understand that the health of each and every citizen who is staying within the limits of ULB, it is the responsibility of the urban local body. They should understand that. And because of this only government of India is releasing budget to ULBs, not to the health department. And we are giving, as a nodal agent, we are giving only guidelines, what are all the requirements, what are the activities to be carried out, but it should be carried out through ULB only. So ownership will the ULB, and our district health officer, taluk health officer, medical officer, they will only guide them to how to implement all these programs. So like that, now we have started this training, and budget has already been, we have released. I think in future, apart from all these 12 packages what we usually define, the routine things what we are hearing for the past so many years, the newer one, the geriatric and even that palliative care also we are going to introduce.
Thank you, sir. I think that's important that as we are moving into the epidemiological transition of aging, I think urban cities also need to gear up to that challenge, and it's nice to know that Karnataka is also moving ahead with that strategy. So Swaroop, moving from urban local bodies wherein the governance issues are there, like they said that, they might have the capacity, they might not have the capacity, but they are getting the financial releases to the ULB. So how do we look at institutionalization of urban care with capacity and governance mechanisms? Maybe you can share your experience in planning such support to the Bangalore.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha. So I'll share our experience from implementing interventions in few UPHs in Bangalore city. So when it comes to urban governance and equity and citizen rights, citizen rights. So we first wanted to understand where are the vulnerable population residing in urban cities. So traditionally we all recognize slums as the geographies or neighborhoods where urban vulnerable population reside. But we took this opportunity to map vulnerable population in non-slum areas as well. And we found that nearly about 20% of the total vulnerable population reside in non-slum areas where we don't have dedicated frontline workforce. And based on this data, so the medical officers of the UPHCs recognize that the characteristics of vulnerable population residing in non-slum areas are essentially the same as those of slum areas, and they started planning outreach services to these areas as well. So this is one step towards achieving equity and establishing good governance mechanism. So when it comes to strengthening the facilities as such, as Sir was rightly pointing out, so since the ULBs are managing the healthcare facilities in Bangalore, so we worked with them and proposed the concept of establishing quality improvement committees at the UPHCs and the Nama clinics where we are working with. And they like this idea, so wherein the medical officer is the in charge of the committee, along with other members of that particular facility. So they meet once a month, and they themselves conduct self-assessment of all the 12 services that are being delivered at the facility itself and as part of the outreach as well. So we have developed a tool wherein we have mapped the IPHS standards and bucketed them into 12 components of CPHC. So this gives a bird's eye picture for the QIC to understand which are the areas they are doing well. So for example, they might be doing extremely well on RMN, CHA and NCDs. And some of the newer programs like ENT and OPHTHAL might need some attention. So the facility team then draws a plan, so they develop an action plan to strengthen the services that require more attention. So this is another step in achieving universal health coverage through strategic planning and governance within the facility. The next aspect is at the community setting. So how do we ensure community ownership and community participation? So ultimately, that's how we create the demand. So the supply improves once we have good demand mechanism. So currently we have Mahila Arogya Samitis, so formed and available in the urban settings. So, but in some pockets they are doing very well, and in some pockets they still require a lot of support. So we developed a curriculum wherein the Mahila Arogya Samiti members undergo leadership-based capacity building. So on a capsular participatory training method once a month. And we have also given them perspective about health in urban cities and what their roles are. And we have created referral pathways wherein they identify the issues in their neighborhoods, and they have been empowered to reach out to the UPHCs, Namma clinics, and urban local bodies for the pertinent issues. So in fact, they've been also asking us, so give us some kind of letterheads so that we can start writing formally. So when we are working with Mahila Arogya Samitis, one thing that came up from them is, so when we want to consult anybody else, when we are not able to resolve our issues on our own, we need some other community structure to support us. So that's where we thought we can pilot urban health sanitation and nutrition committees at the level of sub-center in urban settings. So wherein the PHCOs are the member secretaries of this UHSNCs, and we have members from urban local bodies, CBOs, and community representatives. So here they are not only identifying issues related to curative health, but largely the underlying determinants of health. So they are identifying issues that are not being resolved at the Mahila Arogya Samiti level with respect to water, sanitation issues, and waste segregation. They're even focusing on street lines, apart from other curative services. And we also looked at creating peer support groups for them to create a voice to raise their concerns with the ULBs and the facilities. So the peer support groups comprise of antenatal mother groups, we have lactation mother groups, then we have NCD peer groups, wherein they come together and they cross-learn from each other, cross-share best practices, and same time they act as advocates from the community regarding the services that they are getting, and if there are any concerns regarding the services with the facilities. With this, the community structures have taken so much ownership, and the governance has become so much decentralized. They are able to sit with the UPHCs and Amma clinics, and they are organizing micro health screening camps by mobilizing people from their neighborhoods, and they themselves are establishing this screening camps so that the frontline workers, the ASHAs, the PHCOs, and the HAOs, they spend less time in visiting every household. So they come to these camps and they conduct the screening, and they take them for further confirmation of diagnosis and other referral services to the facilities. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarup. I think from Mahila Arogya Samitis to actually community groups, I think the self-help groups, the latest Deen Dayal, NULM, which is renamed now with Deen Dayal National Urban Livelihood Mission, I think that was an excellent partnership which Karnataka has actually moved in. We should thank Uma ma'am for that leadership to say that yes, we should do this as a pilot across different districts and different interventions. And again, Mysuru is one of the, what I would say, leading lights, wherein the district NULM has been very supportive and engaging. So in your sense on how do you engage, the urban livelihood groups to think beyond financing to health, because that needs a little shift in their thoughts to take ownership of health as one of their critical component of their groups. So over to you, Dr. Bairalingaya.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಧಾ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ HSTP ಟೀಮ್ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ನಾನು ಆಭಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ NLM ಅಂದರೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಮಿಷನ್. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಇದು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ರಿವೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿ ರೀನೇಮ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ದೀನ್ ದಯಾಳ್ ಅಂತ್ಯೋದಯ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲಿ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ 2014 ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಬಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮೊದಲೇ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೋಲ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ 17 ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಏನಾಗೆ 17 ಗೋಲಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ನೋ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಇಂಡಿಕೇಟರ್ಸು ಗುಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಓವರಾಲ್ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದು 17ಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಕುಳಿತಾಗೆ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನಂತಂದರೆ ಏನು SDG ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಲಿವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿಕೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡೇ ಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಬಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ನನ್ನ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದರು. ಸೊ ನನಗನ್ಸಿದ್ದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ವಲ್ನರಬಲ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು 16-17 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ವಲ್ನರಬಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣುವಂಥದ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ನಮಗೆ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಪಿಕಪ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ವೆಂಡರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆಮೇಲಿಂದ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಆಮೇಲಿಂದ ಫಿಸಿಕಲಿ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್, ಈ ಥರ ವಲ್ನರಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇವರು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಲಿವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸಿಂಗು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಫುಡ್ ವೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಆಮೇಲಿಂದ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿನರ್ಶಿಪ್, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಲ್ನರಬಲ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಹೋಮ್ಲೆಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ಸ್, ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಹೋಮ್ಲೆಸ್ ಅಂದು ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ವಲ್ನರಬಲ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಈ ನಡುವೆ ಇವರು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬ ಹಜಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಹಜಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಈಗ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ವೆಂಡರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಹಜಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಬಲ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಪಿಕ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಹಜಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೇಷನ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಮೇಕರ್ಸ್. ನಮಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರ್ಸ್ ಭಾಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು, ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಪಿಕ್ಕರ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ವೆಂಡರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಮಿಷನ್ಸ್ಲಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಮೇಯ್ನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ತರಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರಿ. ಸೊ ಮೇಯ್ನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ತರಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಗುರಿ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೋಲ್ ತುಂಬ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸನ್ನು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ULBಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಾಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಇರಲಿ, DC ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ಥರ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಈ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಿಂದ ನಾವು ಏನು ನೋ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಮತ್ತು ಗುಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 70 ಇಂಡಿಕೇಟರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಾನ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ NGOs ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, STP ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಖಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ನ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಖಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸೊ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 2 ಇಯರ್ಸಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಖಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಪರ್ಸನಲೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಅಡಲಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಇರ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ IECನ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೈನ್ನ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಲೈನ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಲಮ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಈ ಥರದ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೊಡಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರು ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸುಧಾರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಥರದ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲಿ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಾವು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಹೋಮ್ಲೆಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈವನ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಶೆಲ್ಟರ್ ಹೋಮ್ಸ್ನ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮೈಸೂರು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮತ್ತು ಜಯದೇವ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕನ್ವರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ನ ಕನ್ವರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿದೆ. NULM ಇರಲಿ, NHM ಇರಲಿ, ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕನ್ವರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಏನು ವಲ್ನರಬಲ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ತರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. It was powerful in terms of bringing all the partners who are very much involved in delivering urban health. One partner is left out in this, apart from government, non-government, and one of the important right now would also be the CSRs. The corporate social responsibility is one organization. They are doing a lot of things in terms of various activities, and that kind of partnering both with the government and with non-government is a very critical aspect, because how they finance also has changed. I'm sure Mahesh will say that from 100 programs or 500 programs which each organization funds, now they are all scaling it down to 3 or 4 impactful programs that can be delivered. So in that sense, would request Dr. Mahesh to give an Infosys or a foundation perspective on how we can use those resources more effectively.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha. Healthy cities is not about hospitals and treatment. It's more beyond that. It's about housing, it's about sanitation, including solid liquid waste management. It's about good air, it's about good food, it's about mobility, it's about digital access, it's about equity. Do you think all this can be managed by one single entity, government? Maybe possible, but presently it would be a big challenge. If you ask me what a philanthropic CSR organization would plan to build a healthy city, assume if I'm in Kolar and if my intention is to bring or make Kolar a best healthy city, what an organization would think. I would instead thought of having partnerships with different stakeholders. First, definitely the government, the district administration, for their data, for their scale, for their policy, for their reach. And again further, I would definitely partner with KHPT, HSTP and few more because of their experience in working with community. They bring that culture of interacting with community at a very best rate, right? I would also have been partnered with RL Jalapa and the medical college because of their experience in clinical care, the capacity, the capability and the competence. I'd also partnered with few engineering colleges, IT companies for their experience in bringing technology and other things. With all these partners, I would think I would be able to bring up a good model for a city like Kolar and just not rely on only government. Hence, partnerships are more important for us as a philanthropic company to invest the CSR funds because it brings us a very clear impact for the city. Just making partnerships doesn't address that I am going to create an impact. Each partners should be very clear about the roles and responsibilities. Further, they should be accountable. They should be very transparent in what we are achieving. And we should all, as a team, should have one proper goal of making Kolar as a best healthy city. Unless we have this common mission, I don't think we will be able to create that big impact. That is what, as a philanthropic organization, would first think about before I start investing my money. Are all these stakeholders are ready to achieve a single common mission? Again, when it comes to innovation, to me, innovation is something which is going to address the burden of a common people. It is not something which has to be a big investment. It is something which is so advanced. It can be so simple, which can make people easier, which can make cheaper, which can also make things faster. If these three things are addressed, I would say that we have brought some innovation into this project. Say, for example, somewhere in a taluk of Mulbagal or a Bangarpet, if we have some people staying somewhere far away, who are laborers, who work on minimum wages, if they are not able to have an access to a primary health center, do you think we are really addressing the problem? Definitely no. In such cases, we should think about a mobile diagnostic van which goes to those community and ensure that they have access to this treatment. Such sort of innovations are more required. Finally, the community participation. Unless communities plays a role and owns, nothing such projects will sustain. Overall, doctor, if I want to say, I would say we need partnerships for scale, we need innovations for affordability, and we need community ownership for sustainability. If we have all these three in place, I think any city would be really healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nicely put in terms of bringing your perspective onto this forum. Now I would request Ravneet to come over for the release of the magazine, so that post that we will have a closing.
Okay. So thank you, the panelists, for your inputs and expertise, reflections on. We have to talk about health, urban health beyond health. It's just not health. So thank you so much for that. We'll move on to, so I hope there are no questions from the audience. I mean, like, we don't have.
I think the time is up.
Yeah,
so
that's all.
I would request any questions. Our panelists would be available during lunchtime. Please discuss. So that is why I'm skipping any more questions to Shama or the audience questions, because there's another panel waiting.
Yeah. So quickly, so we are going to conclude this session with the launch of a blueprint, which talks about how to build healthy cities. We've used the, the Bhopal Healthy City Initiative, which Dr. Syama spoke about. So you have a use case of Bhopal and how we can implement it for other cities as well.
Dear all, an announcement has to be made. Following this, we have the next session, the last one scheduled for the day, on survey and solutions of the National Mental Health Survey 2, Driving Public Health Agenda. This will be followed by the valedictory ceremony. Kindly take your seats in the Silver Jubilee Auditorium. I now request our moderator to present the memento to the speakers, to all the panelists. Dr. Akram sir, Government of Karnataka. Mr. Anantakumara Srinivasa Iyer, HSTP. Dr. J.S. Bairalingaya, sir, CT Mission Manager, Mysuru. Mr. Swaroop N, KHTP, KHPT. Mr. Mahesh Kumar B, Infosys Foundation. Dr. Shyam B. Shyam, Swasti. I now request Dr. Sunil sir to hand over the memento to the moderator, Dr. Sudha Chandrasekhar, CEO, Swasti Health Catalyst. I also request Aditi Shekhawat from Swasti and Ravneet Kaur from Swasti to receive the memento from Dr. Sunil sir. The next session will be followed by valedictory.
So moving on to the last session, panel discussion on Survey and Solutions, National Mental Health Survey 2, Driving Public Mental Health Agenda, focusing on SDG Goals 3 and SDG 10. This session is moderated by Dr. Prachit R., Associate Professor of Epidemiology, NIMHANS, Bangalore, and Principal Investigator of NMHS 2, Karnataka. So I invite Dr. Prachit sir to introduce the panelist speakers, Dr. Girish N. Rao sir, CATCH President, Dr. Ruth Sneha ma'am, Professor, Department of Psychiatry, Dr. Chetan B sir, and Dr. Girish B sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us here. So, as announced by the organizers, we are here to have a panel discussion on surveys and solutions, National Mental Health Survey 2, driving the public mental health agenda. So initially we thought we would have a PowerPoint presentation covering various core themes, but then due to the paucity of time, we thought that it would be best to have a panel discussion. So may I please invite on stage Dr. Girish N. Rao, Professor in the Department of Epidemiology and the Principal Investigator, NMHS2 India, as well as CATCH President, to kindly come on to the dais. And may I please request Dr. Chetan, Additional Professor in the Department of Psychiatry, NIMHANS, Bengaluru, and the Principal Investigator of NMHS2 Karnataka from the psychiatry side. So thank you, Dr. Chetan. Dr. Girish B., Associate Professor in the Department of Community Medicine, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Medical College and Research Institute, Bengaluru. So he led the mental health systems assessment under NMHS2 in Karnataka. Thank you, Dr. Girish Balram. So as all of us know, National Mental Health Survey 2 of India is a project supported by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, led by NIMHANS, and that is being carried out in all states and union territories of India. And we had NMHS 1, National Mental Health Survey 1, that was led by NIMHANS in the year 2015-2016, and as per the first survey, it was found that 10% of the surveyed population had any mental morbidity, and of course it was 0.8% for severe mental disorders, and there was a high treatment gap of more than 80%. So building on that, in 2023, NMHS 2 was initiated, and we have partner institutions in almost every state and union territory, and this time we have used a very comprehensive, robust tool for assessment, and we'll be talking about that later during our panel discussion. And as informed by the organizers, Karnataka was one of the sites here, and the Karnataka team PIs included Dr. Chetan and myself. So we had two components. One is the mental health systems assessment, that is the comprehensive assessment of the various resources and systems as well as organizations involved in mental health care in the state, and that was followed by the survey as such. The survey was carried out in 6 districts in Karnataka that was sampled scientifically. So we had Bengaluru, which is the million-plus city, our capital city, and Kolar, Kalburgi, Gadag, Madikeri, and Udupi, 6 districts, and we covered a population of 8,800 individuals. The survey was successfully completed in November 2025, and we are in the process of analyzing and preparing the reports. So 8,800 individuals, that included 6,700 adults, more than 2,000 adolescents, and we had children as well. We captured data information through the parents, through something called child parent concern checklist. So we had around 500 children. So we had robust quality control mechanisms that included re-interviews by the survey coordinator and the principal investigators as well as other members of the team. So who carried out this survey? So we had trained data collectors who were from a background of either clinical psychology, psychiatric social work, or public health. And we trained them for nearly 2 months, 2 months in-depth training that included practical aspects related to mental health survey data collection. And once they did that, we undertook the survey in Karnataka, and we are happy to say that along with this survey, we also carried out multiple thematic studies focused on mental health among institutionalized elderly, mental health challenges with respect to tribal population, studies focusing on mental health among residents of paying guest accommodations, mental health of homeless individuals, mental health among persons with diabetes, tuberculosis. All these were mixed method studies having a qualitative component as well. And we are also in the process of carrying out another thematic study on the healthcare seeking barriers. We found that the treatment gap was still high, so we thought we'll probe into that further. So on that note, let us begin the panel discussion today. So I will pose my first question to Professor Girish Rao, the PI of NMHS2 India. So sir, as the PI of this large-scale nationwide survey, could you please elaborate on the significance of mental health surveys in the broader public health context and how this NMHS2 stands out in this regard?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Prachit, for giving that overview of the National Mental Health Survey 2. If we go back historically, epidemiological surveys as a tool which could be applicable on a larger scale. In fact, let's go back a bit into history. The first epidemiological survey on mental disorders was sometime during 1954 by Dr. M.V. Govindaswamy. It was not an epidemiological survey in that sense. It was more of a curiosity born, and then he went across and then said, how many people are mentally ill in Bangalore? That's the spark of the need for surveys. Since that time, we have got several types of progress made, and then a definitive progress is seen in 1980s and 90s when the World Health Organization formed a tool which could be used by trained people who could go to the community and do a door-to-door survey. This sort of obviated a two-step survey which was available all the while, and this helped us to get much more better and precise estimates. And now that is where comes the next phase of development, that is the National Mental Health Survey with respect to India. The 15-16 survey is the first survey done across the country in a probabilistic sampling strategy, so that we could get definitive estimates. When compared to earlier studies which were very small, in pockets, either rural, urban, which had got several limitations for us to do a pan-India estimates. Now, the NMHS 1 was planned in such a way so that we get a state level estimate and pooled estimate at the national level. NMHS 2 also has followed the same strategy. Now instead of 12 states, we are now doing it across 36 states, so that using the same scientific principles, so that we'll be able to get a national pooled estimate. Now how is it making a difference? World has moved on from ICD-10 to ICD-11. I think I was seeing a social media post yesterday that it was 2019 that Government of India also has accepted ICD-11 as one of their benchmarks for measuring morbidity. I think in that sense, Kirchita, hope I am, now it's better? Okay. Yeah, 2019 I saw the post, and then the NMHS 2 is now a benchmark for Government of India to look at mental morbidity across all 36 states and union territories. For the first time in some of the northeastern states, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Tripura, or Lakshadweep, Andaman Nicobar, Ladakh, we are having a survey done so that they would be able to plan what needs to be done in those states. I think last two panel discussions we saw that there is a need for contextualization. We need to bring down from national guesstimates to local level estimates, and this is what NMHS has been planning. Plus, as you rightly said, we are looking at thematic studies, themes which would help us understand bit more beyond the numbers. Numbers give us one facet. This goes beyond a step and then gives us information which will help us as planners to look at, for example, the elderly care. Now, elderly care is taking a huge turn in terms of not just being in at household level, but also in institutions, or for that matter, the paying guest accommodations. A lot of youth spend their time in these PG accommodations. Now, what is their health? How do we go about measuring? These are the different facets which are being looked at. Plus 2-3 things which we have added as part of National Mental Health Survey is looking at loneliness. Loneliness was supposed to be a public health problem in the United States sometime during 2011, 2012. But now we are seeing that to be a real problem. So NMHS 2 has forayed into also looking at these emerging mental health issues across the country. I'll just stop here and then we'll come back if there are any other questions.
Thank you, sir, for touching upon the evolution of the mental health surveys and also the highlighting significance of the National Mental Health Survey too. So moving on, my next question is to Dr. Chetan, Additional Professor in Department of Psychiatry, NIMHANS. So as a psychiatrist, could you kindly provide insights into the survey instrument that was used here in NMHS 2?
Thank you, Dr. Prachit. As you all know, and as I was telling that we moved into ICD-11 from ICD-10. So earlier with ICD-10, we had something called as mini neuropsychiatric interview. So now that was obsolete because ICD-11 has come. So because there were no instruments that were available for ICD-11, then we at NIMHANS thought we should develop some instrument for that. Incidentally, a team in Cape Town was also working on that, so we collaborated with them, and then we developed an instrument called as FLY, Flexible Interview for ICD-11. So this instrument currently is field tested. It is translated into all Indian languages apart from English. So we have
cultural acceptability and adaptability. All these papers have been published already. The psychometric properties of this fly instrument is also published. Now, to tell something about fly, that there are various disorders in psychiatry which everything cannot be measured by a just trained person in that fly itself. For example, some of them are like catatonia, for example, need better training. It needs professional to look into that aspect, because most of it is the signs which will be recognized by the person rather than the symptoms. So the symptom profile which are there, they have been the disorders which can be taken, which can be diagnosed using only the symptoms, those are included in this fly. So about 10 of the disorders, all in all about 14 disorders, 2 of them are psychotic symptoms and mood symptoms. So these are present in various disorders. So these also can be diagnosed using this instrument. So there is a new instrument for epidemiological surveys which is available. It is available free of cost from WHO currently.
So thank you, Dr. Chetan, for highlighting the significance of Fly 11, the robust and comprehensive study tool that we have used for Mental Health Survey 2. So as a follow-up to this, could you also share your perspectives on the training component associated with, because you did mention that it's quite comprehensive and the training components also need to be looked into. So could you please touch upon that, including training of our field staff and the additional training that was carried out by the team Karnataka?
Earlier, Dr. Prachet was mentioning that we had field data collectors from various backgrounds. Now, some of them are mental health professionals, most of them are not mental health professionals. So we have to train them in an instrument which is for epidemiological survey, for ICD-11, for psychiatry. Now that's a big task that we had. So we developed a module which was about 6 weeks to 8 weeks module for training in all these aspects. So initially when we started doing it in Karnataka and other states which started first, so we had the 6 weeks to 8 weeks training, and then we later thought that instead of each disorder which is dealt in, we can actually make videos of this, and then people can be trained faster than 6 weeks to 8 weeks. So Niman's central team developed these videos in training, and then we started training our field data collectors, additional field data collectors which who came later. We could train them in about 3 to 4 weeks. Additionally, in collaboration with State Government of Karnataka, we also trained district mental health program psychiatrists, taluk mental health program psychiatrists, clinical psychologists and psychiatric social workers who were there. Apart from them, some NCD workers and community health officers were also trained in this flight. Interestingly, for these people, it was not the whole fly. We trained them online, we trained them, some people we trained them offline also. Psychiatrists and mental health professionals, we trained them online. Other health professionals, we trained them offline. It was a 2-day workshop kind of a thing. Here we sensitized them rather than training. So we took some modules. Flexibility in flexible interview is also that there are modules in this. So each module can be trained. So for example, if WCD workers are there, so we can train them only in the perinatal mental health component. So similarly, most of these modules can be used, only those modules can be trained also. So currently about 3 to 6 weeks of training is required for lay personnel, but if there are already mental health professionals, etc., then lesser time also will be sufficient. Module level training also can be done. Thank you.
So thank you for giving your insights about Fly 11 and the additional training that we carried out for mental health professionals, the D. So my next question is to Dr. Girish B. As someone who led the mental health systems assessment in Karnataka, could you briefly describe how the state level data is utilized for this assessment, and you may also share your experience conducting the MHSA, the mental health systems assessment.
Thank you, Dr. Prachet, for that question. So, as you all know, we had the Mental Health Act in 2017. So a lot of policy changes, everything got changed, and even the baseline data assessment also was done in 2015-16. So, but need to see at the grassroots level, what is the implementation? So what resources we have, including the human resource and the trainings of the other healthcare personnel. In that perspective, the mental health system assessment is carried out. So mainly in the objectives of this is being collating the data and also mapping of the mental health resources and also the health manpower. It could be the psychiatrists and the doctors and also the healthcare workers who are trained in the mental health, and also the other healthcare staff like staff nurse and the pharmacist and all, because drug distribution and all has been started even at the primary healthcare level. So mainly the motto of this is putting up, assessing not just the services and the quality of services and all at the tertiary care level or the bigger hospitals of psychiatry and all, and also assessing at the grassroots level. It could how is the drug supplies across the year it is there for that and all. So that is mainly it's done. So focusing on the mental health at the primary health care level. So that is one. Coming to the how we implemented or how we did in the NMHS2 as a part of NMHS2, the mental health system assessment first. So the state level at the in the state headquarter we have a deputy director and the cell is there for the mental health. So that we discussed with them, planned with them. So that was the initial stage we did, and also what are the data, so any of the DMHP and even in Karnataka we have TMHP, all those data which they have. So that also we discussed with them, how many trainings been done, that everything data was collected. So then we planned based on the which were the two low performing, two high performing, and also the state capital. In that one more was included in Karnataka. Totally 6 districts we assessed in mental health system assessment. So those low high performing being the Belgaum and the Mandya and also the Raichur, they were selected, and also the other 3 being the BBMP, so Kodagu, so and Raichur. These 6 districts were selected. So among these districts, what we did is again, so in each district, 5 PHCs were considered. So 5 PHCs, 2 nearest to the headquarter, district headquarter, and 2 far away, and also the district headquarter. These 5 PHCs, totally covering around 60 PHCs were assessed in our MHSA assessment. So all the including how many trained manpower it could be, availability of the drugs, and also involvement of the NGO. The other part being the involvement of the NGO. Even we just restrict ourselves to the government facilities. We also considered the private facilities, how many are offering OPDs, IPDs, all these. So all these were assessed. That has been done at in the MHSA.
Thank you for highlighting the entire process involved in MHSA. So as you rightly said, so we had coordinated with not just the Deputy Director of Mental Health, we also had to coordinate with the Mental Health Authority, the Crime Records Bureau, the NGOs. So it not just looked at the service point of view, it was a comprehensive assessment that involved Mental Health Care Act, the policies, of course the DMHP, the personnel who are involved in delivery of mental health care, their training status, the IEC activities or outreach activities that are carried out pertaining to mental health, plus the NGOs sector involvement as well. So thank you, and as you rightly said, there are 2 components, systems assessment and facility assessment, where you also outlined how the facility assessment was carried out. So there was adequate representation of good, well-performing districts, the poorly performing districts, as well as the state capital. So once you selected the district, how the facility, could you outline how the facility assessment, which is an integral component at the district level, how was it conducted? And do you think, what is the rationale for using a separate instrument to capture this particular domain?
for those questions, because coming to the separate system assessment, as you asked in that, see, where a few takeaways we had from the NMHS, what were the fragmented mental health system was there, inadequate policy support and financing and human resource was there, and limited public engagement, and focus mainly on the diagnosis and medication, and minimal emphasis on the promotion, community care, and also rehabilitation, integration, evaluation. So these were few of the findings we could get from the NMHS 1. So that's why these need to be focused in that sense. So as we mentioned, we just not restricting just to the diagnosis and the medication. So it was moved further behind, where as you was Dr. Pracheta was also mentioning, we discussed with the state mental health authority and also district mental health authority, where all the district judges have been made, and in Karnataka all the district mental health authorities are working. So, and we have separate forms, so covering for 2 forms we have covering all these. So as these authorities, suicide data, and also local crime data, it could be related to anything, mental health, suicide, or crime data, all those. So, and also, as I mentioned earlier, private and government and NGOs who are working. And also here again, we also engage the professional associations. It could be the psychiatric associations, or it could be the IMA, where the doctors who those are also were engaged. So these data and all we can't capture mainly in the NMHS main data forms. That's why we need a separate data forms. So was focused in that, focusing all this. So, and also as I mentioned, so in the district hospitals is the separate beds been allotted for the mental health, not just the OPD, IPD and all, as the drugs availability is there. So in this implementation part, we wanted to focus. So that's why the 2 separate sheets data forms we use for the MHSA assessment also, and with that we could get lot of insights. So, and what we did is we used to we went to the districts, we discussed their district authorities, so, and also district health, DMHS teams, and also then we visited the particular PHCs where the information prior would have been given to them, so that we are coming. So medical officer usually mainly is there, we will be discussing with him, and also so the other personnel, it could be the pharmacist and also the counselor. Some few those, see what used to happen is many a time we talk about policy and all, but rural places, the individuals who are having many mental illnesses, they are left abandoned, they don't take them. So that's why we wanted to include the grassroots level workers, those, how it's that's why IEC is been focused. So whenever the mobile unit, it could be at the grassroots level they go, so the IEC will be done, so that even these missed cases who are not brought to the system will be focused. So because many a time diagnosing and giving medication, the complaints may not be there properly. So when we engage the people at the primary healthcare level and also at the community level, so then the proper compliance will be there, and as you know, the mental health illnesses take time for the in that way. So those are the aspects we could do that, and also we discussed in the PHCs and also the units. So all the datas were collected, and we have got a good number of datas, and many in each district we have different learnings. That maybe with the launch of the reports, we will get to know a lot of insights compared to the NMHS 1. So in the NMHS 2, where the system assessment we have done.
Thank you for your insights. So my next question, one last question to Dr. Girish sir. So in large scale mental health survey, what do you think should be the primary focus of measurement? Should we measure illness or disability or distress? And additionally, what challenges a community health professional might encounter in conducting such surveys?
Okay, a very tough loaded question. What does it suit for a community health practitioner? Okay, so it depends on what work they want to do. Now, what we are very clear is, one, a mental health survey in that sense gives us a measure of the morbidity. So X is the percentage. NMHS 1 said 10.6% is our current any mental morbidity among adolescents, which works out to about 150 million Indians have got a mental illness. Now, I use this information as a practitioner and I try to look at what could be the services which are needed. So that would be the logical outcome of it. Now, the second thing is, as Dr. Girish was mentioning, we also need to be looking at possibly what is the system, how has it responded. That is where we require another instrument. Quite happy to share that as part of this NMHS 2, we have been able to develop a district mental health system assessment handbook, which was released in the IAPSM conference in Dadar Nagar Haveli. We hope that this booklet would be useful to all the community health practitioners so that they could assess the system at their district level. Because I'm sure all of us know morbidity and its measurement has got its value. But again, we also need to be looking at human resources. We need to look at functioning of the system and a whole lot of things which are related to it. And that needs documentation. We have been able to achieve that in this part of it. A related thing which I would like to bring out, just to pick on what Dr. Chetan had said. For the first time with this instrument what we have, the flexible light instrument for ICD-11, we have obviated the two-step process. Plus we have also been able to reach out to the community level workers. So all this time what we are talking about screening, as Dr. Chetan said, even at the grassroots level, even at the PHC level, now we are expecting the medical officer to make a diagnosis rather than just say that I have screened this person, which would give them a lot more handle to work on. So in that sense, for a community health practitioner or a medical college or a community medicine postgraduate, at a district level would now be able to work with the system and then see that measurement becomes much more realistic and pragmatic. Hope I have answered your questions.
Thank you, sir. So with that, we've come to the end of the panel discussion. So we've covered some core themes with respect to National Mental Health Survey 2, that is the significance of surveys in mental health, a comparison of NMHS 2 and 1, features of the National Mental Health Survey 2, which we briefly touched upon, including measuring mental morbidity through the instrument Flexible Interview ICD-11, and as well as the experience of carrying out mental health systems assessment in Karnataka. So we'd be happy to take any questions here. Maybe one or two questions.
There are a couple of reports that AI will not be able to help mental health surveys.
AI, I think sir is asking about how
on the role of AI in mental health service.
Role of AI in mental health assessment. So very valid question.
Sir, artificial intelligence is becoming a cross sheet across all disciplines, so also with mental health. Now what we are trying to do is trying to look at whether AI could accelerate or catalyze the ability of the staff at the health center level to diagnose or to identify, because many of these questions are sensitive, many of the questions are difficult to ask. So we are trying to look at whether AI can help it. I'm quite happy to share that this sort of AI and mental health, a pilot study is already going on in Malur Taluk in Kolar. It is part of a national endeavor by Department of Education. And then we are trying to see what are those validated instruments or what is that validated app which could help. That is one part of the story. So like that, at every step in the clinical process of diagnosis, treatment and follow-up, AI is being adopted as a pilot study. Now if you ask what is the impact of AI on mental health, now it's a very large question because if you look at the chatbots, or for that matter, the new agents which have come out, ChatGPT, or use of those ChatGPT or such equivalent has brought down or enabled the individuals to improve their performance. But again, there is mixed results in terms of whether that is really taking away the essence of that hard work which is needed for learning. Now, the results are not very clear-cut and out, but we know that Kai Kesaradare Bai Mosuru has been there all of the time. But again, we see a lot of abstracts being presented which have been tampered or tempered with AI. Now, whether the tampering or tempering is something which we leave it to think. Whether the tampering or tempering has helped the individual learn more, or what domain has it helped more, is also something which is there. But definitely it has got an impact in terms of the cognitive ability of individuals. So it has to be looked at with care. Again, AI is a tool. AI is a tool, and it's a tool to be used as a tool. And if we look at that framework, I think we'll be more comfortable.
Sir, if I can add, sir, there are two aspects to this. One is using AI tool for survey. That is one aspect. The other aspect is using it in clinics. Using it in clinics, most of us are doing it in private. At least there are in immense we are not using AI, but in private psychiatric practice, many people use AI, using chatbots to diagnose how they talk to and respond to chat box. With that, they are able to pick up. In immense, we have designed the way it can actually track people's conversations and actually tell whether this person is suffering with depression or so. Taking in people's facial expressions and then connecting that using AI, easily able to diagnose. These are there in clinical setting. If we come to survey, as sir was mentioning, it is not just words which are there in the questionnaire which are to be read and then a person will understand and talk. In our field experience, what we have observed is that many a times it is very difficult to ask questions. Very difficult when a person says yes, say for example, it is very difficult to understand that and actually provide them some help then and there. So a lot of our field staff, although they could have done, say for example, 10 interviews per day, they would restrict to 5 to 7 interviews because they were also providing some amount of counseling then and there, because we can't just ask questions, leave and go. Using AI will surpass this, and it will be very difficult to humanistically approach a person. Unlike say whether you have cough, cold, fever, yes or no questions, it is not, doesn't work like that in psychiatry. Many a times the nuances of that, say for example, a child will come, will ask, okay, do you use mobile a lot? Child will tell, no, I don't use. Then we have, no, it's okay, I will not tell anybody, like, can you tell me what is happening here, what's happening there? So then the person will open up and then talk. So the skill of doing this, AI has not reached there yet. So using AI in surveys might be difficult. Using AI in clinical practice is well established now.
Sir, I'm tempted to add to what Chetan is saying. Again, I'm quoting Dr. Prabhat Chand, our head of the Center for Addiction Medicine, has developed a tool on his own which will help him see more number of patients, because there are some routine question which needs to be asked and in different languages. So this sort of a chatbot system has helped him reduce his load. So in that sense, one has to be innovative and then look at how things could be used. I think that's why I mentioned that is, we always talk about increased load in the primary health centers. Hardly the time taken for each consultation is about 1.5 to 2 minutes. If it is giving injections, then it will add another 30 seconds to it. So AI is a tool, it could be used. And how we use it, it's dependent.
The results of the survey.
Well, we have
When is the muhurta, sir?
where we have publicly committed and also committed to the ministry that the national pooled results will be available on 10th October 2026. 34 states have already completed the survey. 2 states are on the ground. We hope that they are also able to complete it on time, and then we should be able to give all the 36 states pooled results. Well, I won't say anything more than that. The national prevalence rates would be available from our side. Again, it's dependent on the ministry and the decision taken by the ministry as to what the steps would be.
Sir, I don't know, I'm just asking, sir. Sir, what are the results like for our state? If it is not a thing not...
Sorry.
If it is the thing not to be shared, fine,
Sorry.
sir. We understand, sir. We understand. Not an issue. Yeah. Sir,
Lunch is ready.
Sir, concerning the survey itself, sir, NMHS version 2, where can we get the resource material of the tools that you have used or the modules that you have?
We do have a dedicated website for NMHS. Please Google India NMHS at nimhans.ac.in. India NMHS.nimhans.ac.in.
No, I'm not writing that, sir. I will reach out to Dr. Girish and Prachet. No, all right.
It's available as and when we get permission. Fly is not available. There has been a lot of demand for using of fly in all the dissertations, but we have an embargo by WHO. On a case-to-case basis, we are discussing with WHO and making it available to individual researchers, especially if it's not a non-funded project, if it's part of a dissertation. We are encouraging them to use this because that's a standard which will come up. So fly could be available. Please do write to us in case anyone wants to use, because there is a need for us to standardize the diagnostic criteria for use in dissertation, because several people use several instruments.
So what is the website you mentioned, sir? Just, what is the name of the website you said? Website where we can...
India NMHS, INDIA NMHS .nimhans.ac.in.
Sir, thanks a ton, sir. Sir, congratulations to you and all of your survey team, sir. So fantastic, sir. This will add to the huge gap of information we have.
Thank you,
Sincere
sir.
compliments.
So I think there's one last question. Sir, can please use the mic, sir? So one last question due to paucity of time.
There is a lot of gap in health-seeking behavior with regard to mental health is concerned. Is there any improvement with respect to NMHS 1 to NMHS 2 then? Analysis agil.
We will share very soon, sir. No, there is, sir, okay, since this is a public health community medicine audience, let's be upfront. There are technical issues in terms of defining what is a treatment gap. Now, some people use a primary treatment gap, a secondary treatment gap, and a management gap. There are several terminologies which are coming in, and then we would like to put it up as part of a dialogue as to what would be a right metric to look at an overall measurement of the performance of a mental health system. I'm making this statement because I remember, I'm sure several of our seniors will remember Dr. Pankaj Mehta. He mentioned when UNICEF wanted to look at diarrheal diseases, the only metric they looked at was whether oral rehydration solution was available, whether the ORT corner was functioning. That was the only metric which helped them look at and monitor things. So like that, we need to still look at what could be the better metrics which would give us a performance of the mental health systems. A simple treatment gap, I'm sure Chetan and all his colleagues would agree with me, is insufficient and probably inefficient to measure the progress which has happened. Just to put in line perspective, I'm sure this is the last, 14416 Telemanus, which is the biggest revolution, if you ask me, in the path towards mental health care in India. What we call it is the digital arm of the DMHP, has made that accessibility which we are talking about all this time much more closer. The calls have increased. As of now, I think they are getting about nearly 6 lakh calls per year. Almost 6,000 calls per day across the country. It is being popularized. We need to look at how else it could be used. So in that sense, metrics are changing, and what is those metrics also needs to be looked at. And public health people here who need to look at monitoring evaluation are the right people to get into a dialogue in terms of what could be a good way to analyze things.
Thank you.
So thank you. With that, we conclude the panel discussion. So I would like to thank all the panelists, and special thanks to the organizers for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prachit sir and team, for such a thought-provoking and engaging session. Now I invite Dr. Prachit sir to felicitate the panelist speakers. Dr. Girishan Rao sir. Dr. Chedan B sir. Dr. Girish B sir. And I invite Dr. Sunil sir to felicitate Dr. Prachit sir. I request all the delegates to kindly come forward and sit in the front rows. Now, every meaningful journey comes to a memorable conclusion. So here we are coming to the end of this 3-day enriching completion of the 36th Karnataka State Community Health Conference, Kachcon 2026. Over the past 3 days, we have witnessed inspiring lectures, thought-provoking scientific sessions, panel discussions, oral poster presentations, enriching pre-conference workshops. Now it's my privilege to welcome you all to this valedictory ceremony. To grace the occasion, may I respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly occupy the dais. Dr. Sunil B.N., Organizing Chairperson, Catch. Dr. Ranganath T.S., Organizing Secretary. Dr. Girishan Rao, Catch President. Dr. Muninarayana C., Registrar, SDUAHER. Dr. Dayanand sir, Organizing Co-Chairperson, Catch. And Dr. Pradeep T.S., Organizing Secretary, Catch. Now I call Dr. Rupa, Postgraduate Department of Community Medicine, to present the 3-day report.
respected office bearers of Karnataka Association of Community Health, honorable dignitaries on and off the dais, chairpersons, esteemed faculty, and my dear colleagues, a very good afternoon to one and all. As a member of the organizing committee, it is my distinct privilege and honor to present the official synthesis and rapporteur's report for Kachcon 2026, the 36th annual conference of Karnataka Association of Community Health, organized by the Department of Community Medicine at Sri Devaraja's University. Over the past 3 days, from our hands-on pre-conference workshops through to our multi-sectoral scientific sessions, our deliberations have centered on the crucial theme, Sustainable Developmental Goals Way Forward. Together, we've explored how public health serves as an engine and anchor for achieving sustainable development. Our academic journey commenced on 23rd of July, dedicated entirely to practical skill acquisitions through 6 concurrent pre-conference workshops. The workshop on malaria and vector-borne diseases was organized in collaboration with ICMR and NIMR, which focused on vector-borne disease epidemiology, vector entomology, bioassays, and hands-on malarial parasitology. The next workshop on immediate care for psychological events and emergencies for health professionals, led by NIMHANS and Augmenta Health, trained non-mental health professionals on crisis identification, stressor assessment, and role-play skills. The Leadership in Public Health workshop featured faculty from SDUMC, KMC Mangalore, and JSS Mysore, covering leadership attributes, conflict management, and leading organizational changes. The Diabetes and Community Health workshop focused on non-communicable diseases, addressing pediatric type 1 diabetes technology, AI-integrated screening for diabetic retinopathy, and diabetic food management. The next workshop on modern education regarding pedagogy and student engagement for Gen Z highlighted the learner-centric models, outcome-based lesson planning, and pedagogy evaluation. Lastly, the mental health workshop, which taught us about research methodologies, PTSD, child and adolescent mental health, ethics, and hands-on SPSS data analysis. All 6 sessions provided exceptional interactive learning, setting a high academic standard for the main conference. Day 1 of main conference commenced bright and early with scientific session on understanding the SDG framework and institutional contributions. Dr. Praveen Kulkarni sir from ICMR highlighted institutional contributions towards SDGs. Dr. Meghna Verma ma'am from Ramaya Institute of Management emphasized building sustainable communities beyond hospital walls. Following session 1, we solemnly conducted our inaugural ceremony, formally inaugurating Kachcon 2026 alongside university leadership and Catch office bearers. The inauguration was followed by the prestigious Catch Award ceremony, honoring outstanding contributions to community health. The Best Community Health Professional Award was conferred upon Dr. S. Prithvish, Director of Academics and Training, Sri Shankara Cancer Hospital and Research Center. Silver Jubilee Award for Community Health Practitioner was presented to Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled, founded by Dr. Mahantesh. The Prolific Community Health Literature Award was awarded to Dr. Mohammad Muntazim from Davangere. Shri B.M. Patil Memorial Oration in Community Health was delivered to Dr. B. Unnikrishnan sir, Dean and Professor of Community Medicine, KMC Mangalore. Young Scientist Award in Community Health was presented to Dr. Prachet, Associate Professor of Epidemiology in NIMHANS, and the Best Dissertation was awarded to Savinita Prakash, a consultant of Community Health Division, Bangalore Baptist Hospital. The Sachin P. Menon Award was awarded to our very own undergraduate student, Nisarga A.S. The Catch Community Champion Awards recognized 5 distinguished stalwarts across diverse fields. Dr. Gautam M.S., Professor of Epidemiology from NIMHANS, Dr. Sudha Chandrasekhar, Advisor and CEO of Swasti, Dr. Sunil B.N., Professor and Head of Department of Community Medicine, SDUMC, Dr. Channa Keshava, Senior Specialist, General Hospital, Malur, Kolar, and Dr. Anil S., Deputy Director of TB, Directorate of Health and Family Welfare Services, Government of Karnataka. Following lunch, the scientific program resumed with session 2 on child road safety, where Dr. Sridhar RP from UNICEF highlighted neglected SDG targets. Science and health coverage and people-centered care, featuring launch of CPHC Design Lab spotlights and landscape report by Dr. Balkrishna alongside an expert panel. Session 4 tackled adolescent well-being and food systems, featuring Kalburgi's adolescent HPV vaccination case study and adolescent mental health insights with experts from NIMHANS and Manoshanti. This was followed by another session where state deputy directors across maternal health, child health, nutrition, and communicable diseases shared their governmental perspectives. Day 1 concluded with session 6 on gender equity in healthcare, moderated by Dr. Ramesh Masti, before moving into our general body meeting and an evening banquet, which I hope all of you enjoyed. Day 2 of the main conference opened with competitive scientific paper presentations showing innovative public health research from postgraduates and faculty. The scientific sessions continued with immense momentum. Session on geopolitics and public health led by Dr. Suresh from UNICEF advocated for training beyond the syllabus to real-world practice skills, while Dr. Krishna Sirs analyzed global geopolitical impacts on SDGs. A session on climate and health with panelists from CSTEP, NRDC, NIMANS, and Restless Development explored translating community climate realities into precision public health. Session on urban health and community systems brought together leaders from Mysuru Urban Health, NULM, HSTP, and Infosys Foundation, which culminated into the official launch of the Health City Blueprint. The final session on National Mental Health Survey 2, where NIMANS experts and investigators presented key public health insights, mental morbidity metrics, and district-level implementation lessons from NMHS2 with a special focus on Kolar. Distinguished delegates, as we synthesize the learning from these 3 memorable days, 3 overarching pillars stand out. The academic and operational excellence, which was highlighted by our pre-conference workshops and the celebration of our awardees. Excellence in public health requires both continuous skill training and recognition of frontline dedication. The multi-sectoral partnerships, which help in achieving SDG targets, necessitates the bridging public health with governance, urban planning, climate resilience, and technology. Finally, translating evidence to policy from health city blueprints to district mental health findings, evidence-based frameworks must guide our local actions. So on behalf of the Department of Community Medicine at Sri Devaraja's Medical College and Catch Organizing Committee, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed awardees, guest speakers, chairpersons, delegates, and student volunteers. Thank you all. Congratulations once again to all our award winners, and I wish everyone an inspiring valedictory ceremony and safe travels home. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupa, for that 3-day enriching report. Now I call upon Dr. Pradeep T.S., Organizing Secretary, Catch, to present all the winners for the conference.
Good afternoon, all. In fact, it's a privilege to stand here and present this. A small report. Total, we had 470 registrations and 10 something like spot. Total oral presentations, 26. Postgraduate presentations among this was 82. Undergraduate, 10. Faculty, 34. Total poster presentations, we had 46. PG, 42. UG, 2. Faculty, 2. And out of which 62 have given the consent, and it's been published in JCBS. JCBS Special Edition, and it's actually indexed in DOHA. Now coming to the winners. For oral presentation, hall-wise winners, mental health, Dr. Shashank KS. If you're here, please come on stage. These awards have been funded by SDUAHER. Always. Shashank KS has scored 41, and he has presented his presentation on mental health. Sir, I think he's from Shumoga Institute of Medical Science. Yes? Yeah, I remember you. The next winner, this is also on mental health. That goes to Dr. Nikita Sarkar. Dr. Nikita Sarkar. The next presentation, NCD, Dr. Pragya Shetty. Pragna Shetty. Hall number 4, infectious diseases, Dr. Sindhu BK. Dr. Sindhu BK, if you're on Dr. Sindhu BK, anybody? Any friend? Yes, you can come. On behalf of Sindhu BK, you can please collect it and make sure it reaches her. Hall 5, elderly, Dr. Tulsi BM. Hall 6, maternal and child health, Dr. Harshita KV. PG, non-thematic, miscellaneous, Dr. Priya A, Hall 7. Hall 8, that's miscellaneous again. We have a tie here. Dr. Kodeshwaran and Dr. Komal Verma. Let him have his moment. You can go. Ibru na. UG, non-thematic, Hemasai. Hemasai, you're here? Hemasai? Hall 10. Hall 10, Joseph Lister Hall, Dr. Ravi Kumar Kurle. Hall 11, Louis Pasteur Hall, Dr. Mithun. Dr. Mithun, are you here? Anybody? Friends? Dr. Mithun? Okay. William Osler Hall, Hall number 12, Dr. Sangeeta T. B.C. Roy Hall, Dr. Gayatri Geetika. B.C. Roy Hall, Dr. Gayatri Geetika, postgraduate. Anybody? Anybody? Any friends? Yes, please come, please come. Congratulations to all oral presentation winners. Now going on to poster presentation winners. MU Hall 1, Dr. Preeta. MU Hall 1, Dr. Preeta. Anybody? Any friends? MU Hall 2, Dr. Amog. Dr. Preeta? Dr. Preeta's friend? Yes, please come. MU Hall 2, Dr. Amog M. Huli. Any friends? Dr. Amog? Anybody? Boys Lounge, we have a tie again. Dr. Mayuravalli, Dr. Ashwin D. Naik. The final one is Dr. Kavya Saidaran. Dr. Kavya. Before I conclude, all these awards are sponsored by SDUAHER. Thank you.
Now, I call Dr. Rengana T. as Organizing Secretary to present the Catch Millennial Awards.
Thank you. From the association, the 5 awards for the Catch Millennium Awards. Till now, the hall-wise, the awards were given. Now, the last 5 awards with a cash prize as follows. Millennium Award for the undergraduate. Any undergraduate here in this hall? Undergraduate by name Hema Sai. Hema? Undergraduate Hema? In the poster, UG Hema, on behalf of somebody can come and collect. From which college, sir? Which college? Hema from? UG poster, Hema Sai. Yeah, thank you. Next, yeah, please. No. We'll move on to the next. PG poster section. PG post, yeah. On behalf of Hema, please collect. Yeah, PG poster section goes to Dr. PG poster, Dr. Preeta Lakshmi. Dr. Preeta Lakshmi, yeah, please. Please. Congratulations, right. Best poster presentation PG, Dr. Preeta Lakshmi. Best PG oral presentation winner and runner. The runner place goes to Dr. Gayatri Geeta. PG best oral poster oral presentation winner, Dr. Gayatri Geeta Geetika. Dr. Gayatri Geetika. So anybody can, yeah, please. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you. The best PG oral presentation winner is Dr. Nikita Sarkar. Dr. Nikita Sarkar, best PG oral presentation. Congratulations, Doctor. Right. The best faculty presentation award, best faculty presentation award goes to Dr. Mithun Rao. I request somebody on behalf of, yeah. So Dr. Mithun Rao, faculty, and all other UG. Right. Thank you. Every presentation was very good. So the catch is mainly to encourage and promote the refresher PG research activities. Of course, there is should be a yardstick to measure, so that's why the catch millennium. Otherwise, every paper is appreciable. I thank all the chairpersons of the respective hall and the organizers for giving opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Congratulations to all the winners. Before we conclude the program, I request any of the delegates to come forward and share your experience of the Kachcon 2026. Yes, sir. Yes. We request the postgraduates to come forward and share your experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Tulsi, a second year postgraduate from Bangalore Medical College. And this is my first time in Catch, actually. And as soon as I entered the college, firstly, I want to say how beautiful the college is. It's also my first time here. And everything went so smooth, and everyone was so hospitable, I would say. And the food arrangements especially were top-notch. And yeah, all the scientific sessions were so organized, although I regret that I couldn't attend a few. Everything else, right from, even the buggy uncle was so sweet enough to carry us to and fro whenever. And I really thank our professors and Rangnath sir, especially for giving us the opportunity to attend this. And I hope to attend next year as well. And overall, I had a great experience here, especially the pre-conference, I must add. I attended the first aid, psychological first aid, and it actually gave us a lot of input, and it was very interactive, and it was really amazing. First aid, psychological first aid was really nice, and everything was so informative, and thank you so much, and there's nothing from my end that is negative or anything towards the entire process. It's been seamless.
Thank you, ma'am. We want more experiences to be shared, more PGs to come forward with your experiences. Kachcon 2026.
Good afternoon,
Kindly
everyone.
come ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Komal, and I'm from Nimhans. So, it's really privilege to stand before you all in the Kachcon. And as this, actually, I'm not.
Kindly
good
hold the
in-
mic
Yeah.
near you.
Actually, I'm not that good in speaking, so I have written like whatever I have to say. So over the course of this conference, I had the opportunity to learn from inspiring experts, engaging and thought-provoking discussion and interaction with the colleagues from diverse background. And it was learning beyond the academic. The Kachcon has provided excellent platform for networking, collaboration and sharing experiences. So thank you for the warm hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Faculties, we request the faculties to come forward and share your experiences. Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Adarsh. I'm a postgraduate. Starting from the pre-conference workshop. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is
Kindly
Dr.
come in the front.
My name is Dr. Adarsh. I'm a postgraduate, second year. Starting from the pre-conference workshop, let me start from the pre-conference workshop. The idea or the themes that the pre-conference workshops covered was really well thought of, and we loved how the pre-conference workshops were carried throughout the day. Like, it was very interactive and gave us an opportunity to really come forward and put out our thoughts. And the overall arrangements, the campus in itself was very welcoming, right from the ground staff until the organizing committee. Like, they welcomed us really well, and all the arrangements were really well organized, including accommodation, food, and everything. And also the arrangements made for the presentations were really well, like the quality of the display or the voice quality. The only negative thing that was there in our room was that there was no bell to keep track of time. So the presenters faced a little difficulty. Other than that, there were nothing that, no flaws were observed. And I couldn't attend a few scientific sessions because of personal reason, and I regret that. Other than that, to tell overall, it was a really fun 3 days to be here at SDUMC. And I really look forward to opportunities like this. And thank you, Catch, for providing all the postgraduates such an opportunity to really learn and have a different experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May we have faculty to come forward and share your experience? We have sir here.
Pardon me? First of all, I just want to thank the whole team for great experience. One reference, Die with Zero by Bill Perkins. He says, create memories. You have created great memories. Thank you very much.
So I congratulate the Department of Community Medicine at Devarajaras Medical College for organizing a wonderful conference. So coming to the main hall, the programs and many of panel discussions were there. So it was a good thing, like than just sessions with we have only one person's view. Then we had many panel discussion where the perspectives and the practical things were there, and many people from the public health field who are practicing and who are working, they have been made involved. So the practical perspectives were we could get. So it was very nice, even the scientific programs and many things. As other mentioned, the time schedule was the one thing we could have maintained little better to make, that was there. So other than that, everything, the food, everything was very awesome, and all arrangements, very good. I congratulate the team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It was excellent arrangement across all the aspects. I could not overstay in the banquet, so I cannot tell about that one. Arrangements were good in the sessions that I attended as a moderator for the paper presentation. Everything, I also echo what my previous speaker spread about, is about the certain sessions which were excellent, which was really thought-provoking, which was looking forward solutions, which could not be, we missed it some things. Okay. I hope, is this okay? This is better. Especially in today's session, some of the sessions, as well as the first day's conference sessions, maybe something could have been done with regard to the time management. I know there are certain essentialities that needs to be done, that needs to be worked upon. It's not only for this, it will be for every catch conference that we would be looking out for. Something has to be done that cuts across all the conferences that has happened today as well as in the days to come ahead. Overall, that is a real meticulous preparation, arrangements, and all the efforts, and thanks to SDUMC for all the efforts that you have made. So bring all us to have a networking platform for here. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We'll definitely look into the time aspect next time. To propose the vote of thanks, I invite Dr. Sunil sir to kindly address the gathering. I request Dr. Rangnath sir to propose the vote of thanks.
On behalf of association, President, Vice President, with my team, this Kachcon 2026 36 Kachcon annual conference, it was very meticulously planned, and the theme selection was excellent under the leadership of Dr. Sunil and team. So Sunil and team, they have done a wonderful job. So we would like to extend from the association, I request our president to honor. One is Dr. Muni Narayan sir, the man behind this in giving permission and organizing this beautiful academic event. From the association, we feel thanks to Muni Narayan sir. Along with the Muninaran sir, Dr. Dayanand sir and Sunil sir, the contribution is great. Not only these two, there are many people behind the screen also work them. So I don't want to name them, but everybody, the Department of Community Medicine, all the postgraduates, everything, everybody has worked hard. So because of your efforts, last 2-3 days, most of the postgraduates and faculty were all happy, and it's a good. We sincerely thank all the faculty, postgraduates, staff of this SDUMC and management for providing this opportunity for this beautiful auditorium, food, and all the arrangements. On behalf of association, I request all the members, so whatever may be the shortcomings, please swallow it and let it move forward from the association. I thank everyone for coming here, and we'll see you soon in the next venue. Thank you, Anand. Yes. We know that the next Kachcon 2027 will meet on KMC Mangalore. KMC Mangalore. Yeah. Kasturba Medical College Mangalore. Best wishes to them, and anyway, because of good support from this SDUMC, the management and department, we sincerely thank on behalf of all the members and association. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Now the conference will be over.
Thank you, sir. May I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem? We request all the organizing committee members to come over the stage. All the Department of Community Medicine, SDUMC.
Friends, I'm sure I just recollected seeing Sunil's face on the Zoom, the first call what we had. Sunil, that tension is not there. I'm sure there is a sense of relief. Hearty compliments for all that good things. You have set a benchmark for the pre-conference workshops. What Professor Vengamma said really stands out. I think that's something good to beat. Second is the food arrangements was excellent, so compliments to all that. And more importantly, your entire set of volunteer, the band of volunteers, please give them a big hand. Unseen hands, all of us who are part of the organization know that they are the ones who carry the entire load, and we are there just in the front. So on behalf of the association and behalf of all those who were present here, hearty compliments, congratulations, 3 cheers to all of you. Thank you.
To formally conclude, I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. We wish you all a safe journey home and look forward to welcoming you again in the next Catch conference. Thank you. Have a pleasant evening.
If anyone has left,
If anyone has not collected their certificates, kindly come to the registration counter. In the next 10 minutes, it will be closed.
So, guys, finally we have concluded so-called Kachcon 2026. It was, I believe it was a great success, and it goes to you all. So, come on, that's all. Yes, that should be the Josh. Fine. Now, I call upon all the workshop coordinators. First, leadership. Sankhya? Yes, please come on stage and receive your token of appreciation. Yes. I request Sunil sir to please come on stage. Malaria in the horizon of elimination and other vector-borne challenges. The coordinator, Dr. Sudhakar. The next workshop, immediate care, first aid for psychological events and emergencies for health care professionals. Come on, guys. I know you all are energetic. Last day, please. Okay, that's Aishwarya Lily Ray. Okay. Diabetes and community health, Dr. Mahima BN. Teaching that transforms, pedagogy, technology, and student engagement, Dr. Abhiharshan. The final workshop, Let's Research Mental Health, Prithvi, Dr. Prithvi. So for this success, many have contributed. So I'll be starting with the registration and reception committee. I call upon Dr. Roshni, Dr. Abhinaya K, Dr. Preeti V, Dr. Roger A, Dr. Grishma, Dr. Grishma, Senior Resident, Dr. Sankhya M, I call upon Samyuta ma'am, please keep working. Dr. Sheetal Rose, So registration and reception, they have done a wonderful job. 2:30 a.m. I saw a message. All bags have come and everything is done for tomorrow. We are ready. 11, yeah, the 11 bags have come. 11 p.m. bags have come, and 2:30 a.m. everything is ready. So I really congratulate everyone. Yes. Now going to the scientific committee. Dr. Kaushik R, postgraduate. Kaushik was there for all the 3 days, but whatever it is, behind the screen. Dr. Madan, the most hypoglycemic guy on this planet for the past 2 days. Dr. Gokul Raj T. Dr. Lokpriya P. Hey, come here. Both of you stand. Hey, go. I call Dr. Gokul Raj to please stand. Yes, I request Lokpriya to please stand there. Gokul, come quick. Couple award. The best couple who have worked overnight. Yes, best couple. Yes, please go there. We'll have a photo. Full screen. Sankhya, full screen. Dr. Chaturya. Recently married. Recently married Chaturya is busy. Okay, she's here. Dr. Syed Ahmad. Dr. Venkatesh. So when we started this, Mohsina ma'am was senior resident. Now she's assistant professor. Now I call upon Dr. Mohsina ma'am. All the scientific sessions were coordinated along with Aishwarya and Prithvi, I call them. Aishwarya Lily Ray. Yes. Yeah. Yes, Dr. Prithvi P. The next is transportation and accommodation. Postgraduates, Dr. Binish. Dr. Shubham. Dr. Raja. Yes. Do we have Sudarshan here? Okay, fine. Dr. Vinay. Yeah, yesterday we had a car show, Tesla. A light show, pa? Okay, pa. Okay, Mahesh, do we have Mahesh here? Okay, Vinay? Okay, fine. So, Food and Disciplinary Committee, Dr. Amal Joy. Do we have Amal Joy here? Yes. Dr. B. Kishan. Dr. Ram Pratap. Benish is here? Benish? No. Yes, Abhiharshan, please, you come on stage. Yeah, Abhiharshan, transport, accommodation, food, and disciplinary, almost 4. And he has done a great job. Back ready? Back ready. I call upon Prasanna sir. Please come on stage for food. Come on, sir. It's okay, come. Yes. Do we have the backs? Yeah. I call upon Dr. Mahima BN and Dr. Aishwarya Riley. 3 days, 2 days, workshop. Okay, inauguration, yeah. Stage and Decoration Committee, Dr. Angarkani. Dr. Hana Zaiba. Dr. Rupashri. Dr. Mutamil. Dr. Chandita. Dr. Kirti. Okay, I'll call. Next I'll call. Okay, come. Yes, Dr. Vishwas sir, Stage and Decoration Committee. Dr. Bhumika. Dr. Bhumika, you're here? So I request Muninana sir to please felicitate our dynamic HOD, Dr. Sunil BN. No, this will not suffice. Be loud. It should be. Come on. Come on. Dinosaur is not here.
Now I call Dr. Pradeep sir. Pradeep sir, the wonderful dynamic organizing secretary who will push us and motivates us to do. Good. Sudha. Massage comment. Dr. Mohan, please come to the stage.
Late but latest. Late but latest. So next, I would like to call upon all interns to start with Dr. Aditi Sen. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, good. Dr. Shreya SP. Dr. Shreya SP. Dr. Shreya SP, quick. Dr. Anoushka K. Dr. Aishwarya Pandey. Dr. Shreya Chengappa. Shreya Chengappa, you're here? Dr. Shubhangi Raj. Dr. Shaba Parveen. Dr. Shadmeen Ashraf. Dr. Shravya Chandrasekhar. Dr. Arsh Abhinav. Dr. Arsh. Dr. Spurti, come on. Come on, guys. Dr. Soumik Kundu. Soumik Kundu. He's not there. He's not there. Oh. Dr. Aditya Raj. Dr. Aditya Raj. Dr. Shubham Sharma. Dr. Shubham Sharma. He didn't come only. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Arpit Vashishta. Dr. Anoop. Dr. Anoop. Dr. Akashdeep Banerjee. Dr. Angsuman H. Hazarika. Dr. Anushka Garg. Dr. Anupriya. I would like to call Nagesh. Please come on stage. He had been the backbone, whether it's Flower or Momento. He was always there, and we got everything very quickly because of his contacts. Yes, better. Next, quicker. Yes, Professor Sugunavati YC. Do we have Nataraja here, the rebel star? No? Sheshadri, yes? Next. Evereng Hanumantappa? Yes. Thank you, everyone. We are officially done with Kachcon 2026. Yes. Come on, a big round of applause to each one of us. We have been working for the past 5 months, and last 1 week was horrible. Last 3 days, don't know how many of you really slept. Yes? Come on. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Can Photo means, yes, you should be on your toes. Come on, quick. Yes, come on, guys. Quick. Everyone on stage, everyone, Nagesh, including Nagesh on stage. ಶ್ರೇಯಂ ಸರ್ ಒಂದಿಬ್ಬರು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಅದೇನೆ ಶ್ರೇಯಾ ಎಂ. ಎಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮ. ಎಸ್ ತಗೊಮ್ಮ. ಹಾಂ ಆಯಾ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಆಯಾ ಅಕ್ಕ ವಿ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಹಾಂ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಫರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ ಅವರ ಆಯಾ ಸರ್. ಆಯಾಪ್ಪ ಅವ್ರ ಆಯಾ ಹೆಸರೇನು? ಶಶಿಕಲಾ. ಓಕೆ, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಹನಾ.